good. Everything working. All right, here we go. So, hi YouTube, it's Ty here. We are in yet another day of severe weather. This is in a very active spring here. We're gonna change over to the radar Omega screen here in just a second. I'm a little bit laggy right now, but we do have an ongoing weather situation as now a new tornado watch has just been issued. I'm gonna have to get this off of my screen here. But we just had a brand new tornado watch issued. I'm actually going to switch over to the screen for the Storm Prediction Center in just a second to actually go into detail. But this one is including the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. You guys are going to be under the gun for severe weather for a good bit today, hence why we are here right now. There is a threat for all hazards on the table. The main threat to me personally is hail, but there's been an uptick in the tornado threat over the last 24 hours. So, and also an uptick in damaging winds too. So we're going to be keeping an eye on all of that throughout the course of the evening. So hopefully anyone here that's jumping in here will hang around and watch. If you haven't already, of course, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, of course, a sub would always be nice. If you want to support the chat, you can hit the chat here and type this in that you're gonna see pop up in just a moment. It should work, maybe. I'm still trying to figure out Streamlabs. If it doesn't, then that sucks. We'll still figure it out. But we're gonna switch over to Storm Prediction Center real quick. Just give me a second. By the way, if you hear anything in the background here, that is actually my TV. I am watching the NASCAR race while it's relatively quiet. We'll probably kind of hone in on things more if things get more active. Do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings we're going to get into in just a second here, but this is what we have going on right now. Tornado Watch 110 just got issued 12 minutes ago, right around the time we started to go live here. But we have a moderate threat for tornadoes, moderate threat for some stronger tornadoes here, as well as a significant wind. Hail threat is the highest. This tornado watch is issued until 11 p.m. Central Time, and this includes parts of southern Oklahoma as well. So there's a new tornado watch that just got issued. This includes Stephenville, Dallas, Waco, Fort Worth, and Ardmore in Oklahoma as well. So we're getting started here. Let's go over some of the warnings we have here. So far, it looks like we have mainly 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. A couple of special weather statements here. I'm used to calling them significant weather advisories. So the first severe thunderstorm warning is for Wichita and Clay counties in Texas. This is for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as one towards Jack, Wise, Montauk, and Young counties. This one has been issued for the next 46. This one to the south here towards Jackson, Wise, Montauk, and Young has been issued for and will expire within the next 46 minutes, excuse me. Then this one over towards Wichita, we're going to get a look at that one's expiration in just a minute because it wasn't popping up on screen. So that's 3:30 Eastern, so we have at least another 30 minutes with that one. Both of these storms have radar indicated wind gust and quarter-size hail. Yep, radar indicated. Did I not switch over to Radar Omega? Nope, I sure didn't. All right. Okay, switching back to Radar Omega here. Anyone that's just joining in here, we are covering a severe weather threat across central Texas, parts of southern Oklahoma here. We have an enhanced risk that got issued today. This is actually the third day in a row that we've had an enhanced risk plus, and the threat is for large hail, significant hail at that. There is a notable tornado threat with this as well. There's actually a 10% hatch risk with tornadoes. We'll go into that in just a moment. And then there's also a significant wind threat too. Computer's acting a little bit funky right now. All right, here we go. I think we're good now. But we do have a few isolated supercells over here, and it looks like these hail cores are starting to intensify over here. In case you missed it, we do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in effect here. First one, okay, come on, computer, work with me here. There we go. The first one here is going to be Jack, Wise, Montauk, and Young counties. This is the one to the south here. These are the storms that are over towards Jacksboro, Chico, Bowie, and Decatur. And then we also have the one that's towards Wichita Falls, which is moving off at a pretty good clip right now. So things are relatively quiet right now, but we're going to start to see a ramp up in activity here. This tornado watch just got issued 12 minutes ago as we were starting the stream. This includes the cities of Fort Worth, Weatherford, Dallas, and even sneaks its way into southern Oklahoma here, where we're looking at even Ardmore being into the action, Lawton, and numerous other smaller towns involved in this here. So no tornado warnings as of yet, but things are just now really starting to get going here, and we'll see a ramp up in activity over time here. So here is a broader outlook of the risk that we have going on right now. We have a slight risk that extends all the way into Louisiana and parts of Arkansas, around the Arklatex region. Oklahoma's in there as well. And then the enhanced risk stretches right from the Texas-Oklahoma border all the way through central and east central Texas here. So Tyler, you're in there as well. Waco, you're in there. Killeen, you're just inside the slight risk. Stephenville, you're inside that enhanced risk. And Denison, you're just on the line. So again, we're just waiting. We're more or less just waiting for storms to fire. Trying to see if I can also fix my CloudBot here for YouTube. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble with it. I'm trying to get chat commands going with that. Oh wow, 16 viewers. Hello to all of you guys. Hope you guys are having a good day, by the way. Also, in case you're wondering, if you hear a little bit of faint noise in the background, that is me watching the NASCAR race. I am not ashamed to say that I'm a NASCAR fan. Have been so for the last, good grief, 21 years now. Okay. So while we're at it right here, I guess I could switch back over to my regular window and also take a look at what the timing of the worst weather could be. We're going to switch back over in just a moment. All right, So I'm going to have to load up the newest HRRR in just a moment here. Computer's a tad bit slow right now too, so that's not helping me. Also, if you haven't already, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, of course, subscribe, as we do this pretty often whenever the weather calls for it. We also make a lot of forecasting videos here as well. All right, finally we got this thing working here. All right. All right, here we go. Okay, we're good. I'm fighting with this computer just a little bit here, it seems like. But we're going to switch, but now we're finally switched over. Let's go ahead and we're going to go ahead and look at the composite reflectivity here. We'll look at the significant tornado parameter in just a minute here. All right. So here's where things really will start to pick up here, is probably over the next 2 hours. This is when we start to see an increase in coverage over here. Most of the storms are going to be more so along. Hang on, let me get this visible again. It's my little epic pen. Hope you guys like it. For whatever reason, I'm having trouble getting that up running. Don't need the box sounding. Looks like I'm having trouble getting this up and running. Yeah, it looks like I'm having trouble with Epic Pen right now. Yeah, so it looks like there's more stuff I'm going to be closing out here in just a minute. All right. Sorry about all this. It's just getting kind of, my computer's just acting kind of wacky right now. Okay, let's try this again. So it doesn't look like I'm going to have my marker up for you guys, unfortunately. So basically, we'll just kind of have to use the cursor as best as I can here. But basically, these storms are right around here, around 21Z, which would be about, I would say, next couple hours from now are going to be the ones that we have to watch for all hazards, including a threat for tornadoes. Further towards the north is going to be the greatest area of concern here. Eventually, these do start to congeal into a little bit more of a squall line later into the evening. These mostly are going to be hailers at this point. The tornado threat probably is going to exist more so earlier into the evening. This has a marginal severe tag on it, but this does have a decent low level curve. However, the winds at this point are pretty weak. This has been in a constantly evolving situation throughout the day here. But you can see here where the threat becomes significant hail. As we look at the sounding analogs, you can see a lot of matches starting to come into play here. Storms aren't exactly elevated though, but they do have decent lapse rates on here too. Lapse rates are key component to hail. If you want me to go into detail of that, just let me know. I'm gonna switch back over to Radar Omega real quick. Looks like there's a wreck in the NASCAR race. We're gonna move the this little outlook out of the way now since we know what's going on. Oh, we're moving pretty slow today. Okay, there we go. We're good now. Guess I'm just asking a lot out of my equipment. Computer's a little bit old. If you want to support the chat, just let me know. I guess I'll have to drop the link in the old-fashioned way. Or support the stream, I should say. Just let me know in the chat if that's what you are looking to do. All right. See you later, man. Have a good day. Okay. Come on, computer. I hear you, man. It's all right. That's fair. Nothing against that. To each their own. Okay, looks like we're down to one severe thunderstorm warning currently. However, this storm over here that's over towards Bowie looks pretty interesting. Oh, this warning got upgraded now. It looks like we have 1 and 3/4 inch hail, so we're getting closer to that golf ball size territory. When they put a hatch risk out for hail, they always mention the threat for 2-inch hail and beyond. So it's not going to be surprising that it's not going to be surprising to see this go beyond 2-inch hail. Wouldn't even rule out some baseball size hail today. When I looked at the weather models earlier, I was seeing some pretty impressive lapse rates. Storm looks like it's not necessarily trying to produce a tornado, so that's a little bit of good news at the moment. But if you are in this area, you may want to put a car into the garage or the carport right now, because I think that insurance might be eating you up in a little bit here. Just saying. See a little camera right here. Maybe we might be able to see something from this storm. This is over towards Serenity Ranch. It looks like the storms have already passed them, and the air is probably stable already at this point. And it doesn't even look like we get a live image. It's more so just a radar station. So it looks like the air is pretty stable off to the west here behind this boundary of storms here. I expect this to be a pretty quick event, to be honest. I don't expect a super long live stream. Probably going to be about maybe 5 hours. Paling in comparison to the last live stream I did, which was 8 hours on last Friday. But if it does turn into that, we're ready for it. But I don't think it's going to be as bad. Or at least I hope not. Because we're also gearing up for Tuesday here. Tuesday looks like it could be a pretty nasty day. Pretty similar to Friday. Almost eerily similar. While we're at it here, why don't we go ahead and look at the vertically integrated liquid. On this channel here, we call it by an acronym VIL for short. That's a mouthful to say, honestly. I dare you to say that fast 10 times. Vertically integrated liquid. But we got some pretty good values with this. Nearly maxed out with these severe thunderstorms right now. So this one over towards Jacksonboro seems to be producing the biggest hail. But there's going to be other cells that are into the equation here. On this last scan, though, this storm that's over here towards Sunset and Bowie is growing a little bit of an inflow notch. So that could be a sign of maybe some evolution with this storm. This could be eventually trying to rotate here. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on this one from here on out. This is the only severe thunderstorm warning that we're watching right now. Although I do think some of these storms over towards the south, like Mineral Wells and Weatherford, we may eventually see some warnings put out on these. These show some pretty high reflectivity, which is definitely indicating some potential for hail. While we're at it, we may as well switch back to the VIL and look at that too. Yeah, that one's up. There it is. Just as soon as I said it too. New severe thunderstorm warning just got issued for 1 1/4 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's for Wise, Jack, Parker, and Palo Pinto. I was about to say just Palo Pinto County in north central Texas. This is until 4 p.m. Central Time, so we got a long ways to go with this. This won't expire for at least another 42 minutes. The storm's moving at 55 miles an hour and producing half-dollar size hail. So we'll go ahead and put a little bit of a scan on here and see who else could be in line for this storm here within the next hour. This is moving pretty quick, too. It's moving at about 55 miles an hour. And this is going to go just north of the Metroplex here, Fort Worth. So we're going to go right about to this point right here. So we'll get some extra towns involved here. So the time frames we have currently, Bennett, this is going to be on you in the next 4 minutes. So get that car inside the garage or under the carport if you can, because that half-dollar size hail will leave quite a few dents in there. Do so safely though if you can. If it's already on top of you, you're already hearing thunder, just get out of there. Just stay inside if you can. But Millsap, you're next. You have exactly 7 minutes. Maybe now 6 minutes. Yep, 6 minutes. Then Fox at 4:32, you have 13 minutes. Peaster, you have 19 minutes. Weatherford, you have almost a little less than 20 minutes. We have Putkin Center, Hudson Oaks, Carter down the line here as well. Willow Park, Springtown, Sabanthony, or Sabathany. I think that's how you pronounce that one. Sabathany, La Junta, Sanctuary, Azle, Lakeside, Keeter, Pelican Bay, Peden, Briar, Lake Worth, Pecan Acres, or Pecan Acres. I don't discriminate on the pronunciation with that one. Sansom Park, Newark, Aurora, Avondale, Rome, Saginaw, Blue Mound, Melody Hills, New Fairview, Haslett, and Hallesum City coming in around the top of the hour. There's over 179,000 people in the path of this storm, both around and maybe a little bit outside of the severe thunderstorm warning here. So make sure you're getting inside and make sure you're taking shelter. These storms are getting a little bit more pronounced. We're probably going to see a reissuing of a severe thunderstorm once these storms also to the north over here towards Henrietta. Oh, don't want to see that. So we'll go ahead and scope this one out too in just a moment. All right. So here we go. We're going to look at this one next. We're going to make an assumption, say that this is moving probably at about 55 as well. Dang, I can't get it to work now. What the heck? It was just working a second ago too. You all saw it, so you know this isn't me. There we go. Definitely need to upgrade this computer. This is in a little bit less of a populated area. This is a little bit further north of town here, so population's a lot smaller, but still some people that could be in the area of this dangerous storm would be Joy at 432. So you have about 10 minutes before this storm arrives, so that's enough time for you to maybe get your car out of the way. Bellevue, you have exactly 23 minutes, so you have enough time to get your car out of the way. There's no severe thunderstorm warning on this yet, but I'm expecting one to probably be issued within the next 5 minutes. This has a pretty good hail return on it. Then we also have Stoneburg, Ringgold, and Belcherville. So keep an eye out for this storm because it looks like it might be producing some pretty gnarly hail in just a minute here. I'm going to guess that we're probably going to end up seeing something along the lines of maybe at least $50 size, if not larger. No real storm chasers around here either, though. So it doesn't look like we're going to get too many live feeds today. Not like they've really been working on my channel anyway, so guess it is what it is there for me. I'm going to switch radar sites here and see if there's anything going on a little further off to the north here. So far, it looks like no, but we'll, of course, have to still watch over towards Lawton, Ada, and Ardmore as we head into the evening here. So just in case you are just now joining in here, we do have a regional severe weather threat today. There is an enhanced risk that's been issued around the Dallas Metroplex for severe thunderstorms. All hazards are actually on the table here. We do have a tornado watch in effect right now until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. There is a threat for a couple of strong tornadoes, but the greatest risk tonight definitely seems to be more so hail than anything else. So if you happen to be living in these areas, let your folks know, especially while there isn't too many severe thunderstorm warnings. I recommend maybe getting your cars into the garage or under a carport. Try to have them properly covered, because this could be, I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple storms produce maybe even some baseball-sized hail here. And there's that severe thunderstorm warning we were just calling for. Yep, $50 size hail. I nailed it to a T. So this is moving at 45 miles an hour, so it's a little bit slower. So you might have a little bit extra time in these regions over to the north. These storms to the south are moving a little bit faster, though. I guess maybe because they're a little bit more mature than some of the other ones. So let's go back to reflectivity here. Probably going to start to see a little bit more initiation towards southern Oklahoma here, because we're starting to see more of these special weather statements. And it's usually not too long after that where they really start to get their act together. In fact, we can even see one starting to develop if you're just north of the Texas line. So that'll probably end up becoming our next severe thunderstorm warning. Waiting to see what's going to happen with these areas a little further to the south, though. We're going to switch back to reflectivity, though, so that way we can pick up on any storms that may be trying to rotate as well. So far, I don't really see too much. With this area has a lot of cape available, and this is a little storm that's to the southwest of Fort Worth here, so we could be seeing some heavy rain here in just a minute, along with some hail. But from the looks of it here, nothing looks like it's imminently rotating. Nothing that would lead me to think, okay, the National Weather Service is looking at this for maybe tornado potential. At the moment, there's nothing there. A lot of impressive hailers, though. I think, like I said, hail is definitely looking like it's going to be the main threat today. And then here are these storms just north of the border here. This is towards Lawton, in between Lawton and Duncan. See these storms starting to mature a little bit more now. I do think a little further to the south is probably where the tornado threat is going to be a little bit more prevalent. The one thing that I'm kind of scratching my head with the forecast on that would be the fact that the low-level jet isn't that impressive with this setup here. I mean, the low-level hordeographs that I've looked at throughout the course of the day, they lean towards tornado, but that was going to be a little bit later. But even so, when I looked at the values that we were getting earlier in the day, I only was seeing about maybe 30 to 40 knots. That's usually all it takes, but to get a hatch risk, I would usually expect a little bit more out of that. Those guys are some of the best in the business, so I'm not gonna question them too much. If it's something just outrageous, then maybe, but usually I'll try to avoid that. Those guys definitely know what they're doing, and they should be respected. They went through the fire, so to speak. All right, so we'll switch over to the Abilene radar here. It looks like we do have a little bit of activity further off to the west. We're going to see what's up with this storm over here towards the Abilene radar site, and then see if there's anything behind it. I really think the dry line's already about here at this point, so I'm not expecting too much over towards Lubbock. So if anyone's interested in what's going on there, it's going to be pretty quiet, I think. You might get a few showers and storms, but that's about it. I'll go ahead and switch back to VIL real quick. I'm going to probably be dancing mainly between these three radar sites here. This one that's over towards Wichita Falls, the one over towards Abilene, and then probably Fort Worth as well. Waiting for this to load here. Okay, we're good actually. It's the fastest I've had these load in a minute here. Looks like we got a couple of storms here in this severe thunderstorm warning towards Wichita Falls here that's gotten some maxed out values here. So we're probably going to see an uptick in the hail that's labeled with this severe thunderstorm warning now. I think this is probably producing closer to golf ball size hail at the very least, if not bigger than that, which would probably be closer to 2 inches in diameter. Oh, and look at this one over towards Bridgeport. That's huge. That's got some maxed out values with it as well, or close to it. Yep, and that one's almost at 2-inch hail now. We've been looking at that one for a little bit, though. Let's look at this one over towards the south, towards Weatherford. We might start to even see a little bit of hail over here towards Fort Worth in a bit here. Starting to see this storm over here that's over towards east of Burke Burnett, that could be eventually getting severe thunderstorm warned here. Like I said, whenever you start to see these little blue polygons here, they're called special weather statements. And whenever we start seeing that in a situation like this, usually with the way these storms are evolving in this environment, these are probably going to end up getting severe thunderstorm warning shortly. In fact, I think I would give this one maybe another 5 minutes or less before it gets a severe thunderstorm warning. Because based on the values that we're getting here, it's starting to get some pretty strong hail in there. It's a pretty good return that we're getting. So we'll get into the details of this little special weather statement here, and then probably map out who's next here. It's penny-sized hail. That's right about at severe thunderstorm warning criteria. Nothing indicating any sort of winds yet. So we'll go ahead and take a look at who's next in line here. So this is about to go over Hastings and Addington right now. So we'll go out about towards just past Loco here. And of course, it doesn't want to give me the option of putting in the storm relative speed. Okay, now I can't even do the arc now. Wow. Come on now. All right, let's try this again. Here we go. Okay, so less populated areas here. So we have Hastings. This is pretty much on top of you already and will be on top of you in just a little bit. Then Addington, you have about 15 minutes, a little bit less than that before the storm's on top of you guys. And then at the top of the hour, Asphaltum and Loco, you guys would be next in line. So get those cars in those carports. Maybe stay away from the windows in case this hail gets any bigger. Yeah, look at this storm over here that's towards Scotland here. Scotland, Texas, I should say. I did have a few viewers on the last stream from that were from UK, actually, which is pretty cool. But this is Scotland, Texas. It's not Scotland, the country. Just want to make sure I clarified. But, again, this storm probably is going to have much bigger hail than half dollar size at this point. By the time this severe thunderstorm warning gets expanded off to the north and east here, we're probably going to see a much bigger value with this. We've got to hold another 27 minutes to go for this one to expire. Storm isn't moving fast enough to really make that go away any quicker. This is moving at 45 miles an hour. All right. Started to weaken a little bit. I think down the line, this little complex of storms may increase its wind potential simply because of all the rain-cooled air and then all the hail that's with it. Also, another thing that's a big hazard that's not really talked about as much is the amount of lightning that you would end up getting with all those ice crystals in the air. Creates a lot of positive and negative charges in the atmosphere. Exactly what you would need for a lot of lightning. So just a heads up for anyone over here. Storm over towards Scotland still looks pretty impressive, but not as impressive as before. We'll go ahead and take a look at the reflectivity again. These storms to the south look a little bit better. I'm doing that thing again. And then here's the storm over towards Fort Worth. Now has a severe thunderstorm warning on it. So things are quickly developing with severe thunderstorm warnings here. And then this storm over towards Abilene now has a special weather statement on it. So we'll be watching that as time goes on. No warnings in Oklahoma just yet, but I do think that they are on the way. I'm not going to lie, this does feel a lot better than Friday, where I was literally jumping all the way from Wisconsin down towards Arkansas and even Louisiana at points, trying to track all the tornado warnings. I can maybe hop between 2 or 3 radar sites here and probably be good. Tuesday might be another event just like that, so if you want updates on that from this channel, hit the like button, subscribe subscribe as well. Because Tuesday could be very similar in a lot of ways towards Friday. All we can do is hope that maybe there's a few more fail parameters in comparison to Friday, because it was almost spot on, unfortunately. That's also why we have this channel here, to try to help get the warning out. Also, share this channel, share this stream to people, so that way we can help get the warning to more people. It's not just to necessarily build the channel here. We really are trying to make a difference. Nowadays, a lot less people have cable. I know plenty of people still do, but a lot of people use streaming service platforms, and a lot of people are on YouTube, honestly. So, that being said, if we can get this out to more people, the better informed people will be. Even though my channel is really just one of many. Okay. So now this severe thunderstorm warning has been expanded as far out and is maybe starting to get into the west side of Dallas here. This severe thunderstorm warning also is tagged for ping pong ball sized hail. So that's the largest value it's not the largest value we've seen. It was 175. But the values are starting to increase a little bit here. We'll be keeping an eye on that throughout the course of the evening here. Not a single tornado warning yet, though. I'm fine with covering hail tonight, though. I am perfectly fine with covering hail tonight. Yeah, there's a pretty nice little return here that's leading me to think there's increased hail here still over towards Fort Worth. Next in line for this storm would be probably Arlington, and then Fort Worth, then Dallas itself will be next. Probably University Park as well. I'm going to try to see if we can get to University Park here. I think this was moving at 55. Now it's probably moving at 45, so I'll just make that assumption. So, to put things into perspective here, the next towns in line here would be Dalworthington Gardens at 450, as well as Pentago. Arlington, you have to till about 4:53, so about 15 minutes for you guys. Then towards the top of the hour, we see Irving and Ledbetter Hills. Then Cockrell Hills, Highland Park, Meters, Fruitdale, University Park. You guys are down the line for the severe thunderstorm warning here, as well as Dallas and Rawlins. All right. Guess we'll switch back over to VIL mode, vertically integrated liquid, getting a good look at what could be going on with any storms with hail potential here. One thing that I may see an increasing concern for a little bit further down the line might just be also some worries about flooding, especially if we start to get these storms heading over the same areas over and over. Wow, look at the return over this one over Decatur. That's producing some pretty big hail. This is the one that we've been watching for the 1.75 inch hail. Probably going to be this is already producing golf ball size hail. This is going to probably start to produce hail bigger than that, maybe heading towards about tennis ball size soon. So here's a reminder of some of the towns in play here. We looked at this a little bit earlier. Nothing too much has really changed with that. Yeah, and that storm over Fort Worth is really starting to ramp up here with its hail potential as well. It's got maxed out values on this as well. Yeah, so now they put 1.75 inch hail on this one as well. Like I said, I don't really have any cameras to actually verify what's going on here, but based off what I'm seeing, these storms that are being tagged for the hail above 1.5 inches it's pretty valid based off what I'm seeing on radar at least. I think we'll switch radar sites here in just a minute. Kind of help things along here. Oh, there's a special weather statement that's pretty far to the north here. Let's just go ahead and look at the tag for this at the very least. There we go. That's nickel size hail. It's radar indicated. There's nothing of significance there at the moment, so I'm not really gonna stray too far on that. Maybe we'll look at it if it gets a severe thunderstorm warning. Nothing here really says to me that there's any concerns about tornadoes at the moment. I think we might switch over to the Fort Worth site really quickly. Get a look at these storms from a better view, because we are getting kind of far away looking at it from that radar up north towards Wichita Falls here. We do get a much better picture here from the looks of it. Do see some supercell characteristics, but these storms are in such a cape-rich environment that these storms are practically going to form on top of each other. So getting these storms to be discrete is going to be pretty difficult from the looks of it here. We're still seeing some pretty impressive hail with this one, albeit it looks like that last warning, well, actually it's about the same. So many severe thunderstorm warnings within the same place, it's kind of hard to keep up with them all. This one's going to be so close to the radar site, it might be hard to get a good value from it. More than likely, though, the values on this are still going to be maxed. Yep. Well, that verified easily. Same with this storm that's just north of Decatur here. Kind of hard to keep a good radar site that'll show everything. So it looks like these storms further towards the north are having a little bit harder time maturing here. The further north we go, the less favorable the environment becomes. So right now it looks like we're going to mainly be bouncing across the Wichita Falls site and the Fort Worth site here. Probably want to hydrate in just a minute here. All right. Let's go ahead and switch over one more time the VIL, and then we'll actually go ahead and take a look at what the Storm Prediction Center could be saying here. Storms still look pretty impressive, even though the values aren't maxed out. These still are producing pretty big hail. But those maxed out values are usually pretty telling of how intense the storm actually is. The thing with being too close to a radar site sometimes is, though, we're looking too high into the storm. We kind of want to look a little bit more towards the surface here. We're going to actually switch back towards Abilene. We're not in a radar hole, but we're more so in a radar triangle, I guess you would say. It's kind of a little chilly in here. Sheesh. I might have to turn my heater on in just a second. I expected to be chilly out here. I thought it was going to be 70 degrees where I live, but Mother Nature can be full of surprise, or maybe I'm just feeling cold right now. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at the Storm Prediction Center here. We're going to go over exactly what I saw earlier in the outlook. All right, so here's what we're looking at currently. Here's our enhanced risk. This includes Wichita Falls, Dallas, Waco, and other areas in between. Here's a better look at some cities. Plano's in there as well, Arlington, and Garland. We're watching you guys for that. And then this even goes as far north as Fort Sill on the slight risk, and as far east as even Shreveport. Lufkin's in there as well. Austin, you're in there as well as Abilene. Abilene, your threat's going to probably end a little early, though. And then, of course, we can't rule out a pulse-severe storm over towards Oklahoma City and Norman. Maybe even as far east as maybe Jackson, Mississippi, Alexandria, Louisiana, and Houston. It looks like you're in the regular thunderstorm risk, not in any type of severe level threat yet. So all the hazards have significant areas, or hatched risks as they're called here. Between Dallas and Waco, there is a 10% hatch risk for tornadoes. I don't know if that's going to verify or not. We were seeing earlier radiographs and soundings that would make you think that, but not really. I'm leaning less and less into that threat. These storms are having a hard time being discrete, which would lead to those stronger tornadoes. Not to say that you can't get them in line segments, but it's a lot more difficult. And the parameters aren't such to where they could overcome that easily. And then, of course, significant wind threat. I think this evolves a little bit later into the evening. And this is a little bit further to the east here. And then the hail threat, of course, is the big threat. Very large hatched risk area here that stretches into the slight risk. This goes as far north as Fort Sill, even all the way towards Austin. So plenty of areas we're going to have to be keeping an eye on throughout the course of the evening for significant hail. All right. So now we're going to switch back to radar Omega here. Okay. So we're going to switch back to reflectivity here. Nothing, I don't really expect any new watches to be issued at the moment right now. I think this is going to be it for the moment. We'll just kind of be sitting here more or less just waiting. These storms to the south might be a little bit more favorable, but even then there's a lot of saturation going on. Like I said, with these high-yielding Cape events with immense instability in the air, usually we'll see something like this happen where we get a lot of convection, or some of us will, in the weather community, will even call it a crapvection. What will end up happening there is we'll get an oversaturation of storms, and none of these can form good updrafts that are capable of producing tornadoes too quickly. It'll just be really messy. HRRR was showing a little bit more organization, but these storms are evolving rather quick too, so it's getting kind of difficult to see increasing tornado potential here. I think we'll be watching more so towards the south of the watch for that, of this watch here for that, over towards Colleen and Temple right now. Maybe there could be something a little later if this storm is able to get rooted to the surface and get its act together. I don't really lean into that being the case. I think these storms are going to be somewhat elevated in nature still, and probably we're going to see a lot of hailers. This one towards Abilene, though, also has my interest a little bit, though, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. So let's get an overall look at our severe thunderstorm warning count. We're probably going to see some reissues here, so these the number of alerts here is going to fluctuate a little bit. They'll go up, they'll go down. But we still have plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. We're still waiting to see what that one over towards Dallas will do. So as of right now, we still have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. First one is Parker, Wise, and Jack counties in Texas. Then it's Tarrant, Dallas, and Denton counties. Then Denton, Cook, Wise, and Montauk counties in Texas. So this whole complex of storms up towards the north here, pretty much from here, if I can get this to mark, sheesh, from here to here, all of these storms are pretty much severe at this point. Maybe that one over towards Sherman isn't doing anything just yet, but that very easily can and most likely will change. This is a great environment for producing hail over this region. It's a almost perfect environment for it. Let's go ahead and look at the VIL here. That's pretty much what we're going to have to be doing throughout the day, is switching between these two. I might be able to see a little bit of a picture here from this site, but I'm not too sure. This is a radar. This looks like a station here. It's not a radar. Let's see if maybe I can get some kind of feed up. Nope. We're starting to see a decrease in some of these returns here, that unlike what we saw earlier. These storms aren't necessarily supercellular, so these will probably be quick, like big time hailers, and then they'll eventually start to fall off a bit, and then maybe they'll start to evolve once again. But with the way this convection is set up, this could be a pretty short event if things continue at the rate that they are right now. Of course, this would limit the tornado threat, which would be good. So we'll go ahead and switch back over to our typical reflectivity here. I know there's 6. If there's so how many people we have in here? We have 12, but no one's saying anything in the comments or in the chat here. Come on, guys, I don't bite. You're more than welcome to say something. Say hello, if nothing else. This storm over here towards Terrell looks a little bit more interesting, but even so, not really much I can... Hey, what's up, King? How are you, man? Storm over here towards Terrell looks interesting, but definitely not anything that leads me to think, okay, this is going to eventually go tornadic. But it does look a little bit better. It has a decent inflow notch on it. Yeah, it's not much hail with this one right now. I guess we're just. It's kind of hard to say with the way things initiated here. It's a little bit difficult to tell. It's a very messy event. A lot of crap vection here. I don't really see anything discrete right now that would make me think immediately anything's going to touch down. I think hail is going to be your main threat tonight. Not ruling out some tornado potential. Oh, yeah, you guys are under tornado watch over there in Colin, but I think your biggest threat tonight is going to be hail so far. Things haven't really evolved to where we're seeing any sort of discrete cells. A lot of these are kind of forming on top of each other. And really with the tornado threat, you kind of want to see a little bit more discrete cells. I think later in the evening we might have to watch for that. But for right now, you don't have anything urgently forming. Not at the moment. Of course, the way things have been the last few days, things can change pretty quickly, so we'll just keep a close eye on it. That's why I'm here today. It'll be much easier to keep up with that considering how small this risk area is today, though. Oh my goodness, they were in, oh wow, in both areas? Wow, that's nuts. Yeah, I tracked the one that was towards Little Rock. It wasn't on stream though. I was getting home from work at the time. I went straight home from work and then immediately got on the computer and live streamed for 8 hours. Yeah, that was a wild one. There were so many tornado warnings I couldn't even keep up with them all. We see a lot, and I mean a lot of special weather statements up here, but nothing really forming into anything severe right now. Everything severe right now is staying south of the state line here. Everything seems to be more or less confined to Texas, so to speak. Probably going to see this severe thunderstorm warning extend into Dallas here within the next couple of minutes, but I think the worst of the weather is actually going to go a little bit north of the Metroplex here. This storm over towards Terrell looks pretty interesting, though, so I'm going to keep a closer eye on that. It's another look at the tornado watch potential. The overall severe hazard is high. Hail threat is the highest threat. Overall wind threat is moderate, and then the tornado threat itself is pretty moderate. More than likely, they probably went with the tornado watch to kind of make sure we're drawing the right eyes onto here. The right amount of eyes, I should say. Storms are starting to look a little bit better, so we'll be keeping a close eye on that. I'm still leaning towards a lot of these being elevated and producing a lot of hail, but I am getting a little bit more interested, maybe a tiny bit concerned about this storm over towards Terrell. It's not going to do it quickly. It's not going to produce anything fast, but it is something to watch. But it definitely looks the best out of all the storms I've seen so far today. Just looking at the velocity here. Nothing really rotating at the moment. Oh, hey, Alice. Good to see you. How you doing? Oh, no problem. No problem. I actually do enjoy doing this. Even when it gets kind of chaotic like Friday, I still do enjoy doing this. I've been a passionate weather nerd since the age of 4, and I'm 28 now. I'm pretty good. Typos don't bother me too much. But yeah, I'm good. How about you, Alice? Oh, it's nice and sunny out here. There's no storms to worry about in the moment for Georgia. I don't think we're going to be in any risk factors for a little bit here. Might be some showers and storms Monday here, but that's about it. Might affect a little bit of my time at work, but that's about it. It's nothing I'm concerned about it in the slightest. Hopefully the weather where you are is good over there in the UK. Still sitting at 3 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. You ate too much pizza today. That might be in the cards for us too. Yesterday I ended up on Friday I ended up like ordering Chinese at like almost 10 o'clock or something. That was a crazy day. Yeah. It's pretty chilly, or just chill. Let's see. Still sitting at about 15 people today. Pretty consistent. Appreciate you all being here, by the way. Just thought I'd mention that. Yeah, it was the only problem with the whole late night takeout thing was trying to eat while I was live streaming. Oh, it's chill but unpredictable. I wish it was a little bit more chiller across the U.S. here. Because, man, looks like I could be going live again Tuesday for a minute. It looks almost identical to Friday, actually, which kind of sucks. It's really sad to see how many people have already been affected so heavily by these last few rounds of storms. But I was a little bit concerned that could happen, considering the second polar vortex that happened at the beginning of March. Just so you know, folks, whenever you have something like a polar vortex, it does a lot more than just bring cold weather to states that don't normally see it, or bring extreme cold up north. It does have some lasting effects. Still waiting on any sort of storms to start looking like they could be of greater significance. This is the best storm I've seen so far that's over towards Terrell. That kind of gives me a little bit of thought of maybe something forming down the line here. But this is almost out of the tornado watch at this point. I don't really see them expanding that threat further off to the east. I think this is the best spot. This is the best area for potential tornadic activity, and right now we just aren't seeing it. I am watching this storm over towards Abilene, but if anything, it kind of has a little bit of a backward C shape. beginning to take over here. So we could be seeing some damaging winds from this storm down the line. But as far as anything tornadic at the moment, it is pretty quiet, which is what we like to see. Probably hang out here for maybe a couple more hours if things don't really pick up here with the storms. So I think the worst that we've been seeing is mostly hail. Nothing new with these severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. We're down to 2 at the moment. We have this one towards Denton and Cook counties, and then we have one towards Denton, Dallas, and Tarrant counties. Both of these are for $50 size hail. Will do some damage to your car. Definitely don't want to be outside with this hail, especially since hailstorms are known for producing a lot of lightning, especially these types of storms. So still take shelter. You don't have to go to the lowest level of your house here, because I mean it's not a tornado warning, but even so, these hailstorms hit your window, that could cause some problems here. Definitely could scare you. So best in advice again, just make sure you're inside and you should be fine on this one. So the next areas that we could see in line here that are likely to see a severe thunderstorm warning will probably be, just give me a second here and I'll pop this up real quick. So down the line, the next people to see these storms would be, drum roll please, we have Lake Kiowa, Collinsville, Ethel, South Maid, and Sherman. This will be within the next almost 40 minutes. 76,000 people are in line of these in the line of fire with these storms here. The main threat with this is going to be hail. Could see some damaging winds up to 60 miles an hour. I didn't see anything super impressive on radar that would lead me to believe those are heading towards are mixing down towards the surface, though. Then we have this storm. Then we have these storms here, which have new severe thunderstorm warnings on it, or an extension of this storm. So we'll move this out the way, move on down, and pull that back up in just a moment here. This has now had a decrease in the hail. Now we're looking at quarter-size hail at the moment. So this is for Denton, Collin, and northwestern Dallas counties in north central Texas here. Some areas that will be next in line for this storm would be, I'm going to have to scroll in here because it's a little hard to see. Oops, come on now. Moving at, oops, not 34, 45 miles an hour. We'll go ahead and click that real quick. A lot of people in line for this storm here, but Plano, you guys are next. You have 11 minutes to go. Then towards the middle of the hour, we could see Allen, Parker, Murphy, and Lucas and Fairview, St. Paul in line for this dangerous storm. Mainly leaning towards hail with this one. Can't rule out damaging winds with no evidence that I could see anything mixing down to the surface yet again. Towards the second half of the hour here, we're getting towards St. Paul, Trinity Park, Wiley, Beverly Hill, Lowry Crossing. A lot of these same areas I mentioned earlier here. Ucote Acres, Kulioka. I don't know if I've said that right. Levon Shores Estates, Deepwater Point Estates, Princeton, Levon Beach Estates, Copeville, Nevada, Verona, Farmersville, Josephine, Fayburg, Frognot, and Merritt. This is getting towards the bottom of the hour. So a lot of areas are in line for this upcoming severe storm here. Storm over here towards Gunter is looking pretty interesting now. Looks like it could have some pretty big hail with it. This looks like it's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning as well. We'll go ahead and take a look at the counties involved with that. The values with this one are just about maxed out at this point now too. So this could be producing some pretty significant hail. As of right now, we're looking at quarter-size hail. I do think if this is making its way to the ground, we could see some higher totals. Storm's moving at 55 miles an hour. It's 14 miles south of Whitesboro, located near Pilot Point. This is Denton and Grayson counties under this severe thunderstorm warning until 5 p.m. Central. So make sure you are inside and in a safe place. Trying to get this to clear off here, and then we're going to actually go ahead and see who's in line for this one next. So this is where the hail core is. This is the most dangerous part of the storm so far. All right, so we have, this is just about over Gunter. You have about 5 minutes before the storm is on top of you guys. Then Farmington, you have 11 minutes, as well as Dorchester. How you have about 15 minutes, a little less than that before that arrives. Then towards the second half of the hour, just after 5:30, we could see Luella, White Mound, Tom Bean, Ida, Kentucky Town, Smith Oaks, Bells, and Penland in line for this severe thunderstorm, and then Savoy at 5:43. It's about 8,000 people in the path of this storm, so definitely make sure that you are inside. If you have a little bit extra time, it might be recommended to put your car in the garage or in the carport, somewhere to cover the roof here and other areas that you wouldn't want damaged by the hail here, because this is more than likely producing a little bit bigger than quarter-size hail. All right. So what are those, Alice? What are those? What are those, Alice? What are those? Take a look at some of these other storms over here towards the south as well. See a lot of lightning with this little conjunction of storms right here. Some pretty hefty rain probably will be coming down with this. Yeah, we're still here. Still plenty going on, just no tornadoes, which is fine with me. I'm sure a lot of people are kind of tired of seeing tornadoes in the headlines here. All right, so while we're at it here, let's see. I'm gonna check out this product right here. So we're gonna actually go ahead and look at what the rainfall rates are like right now. Surprisingly, I'm not about 1-inch rainfall rates. That's about expected for these kinds of storms here. Move a little further up and see if we can't find any higher totals. This could lead to a flood threat down the line here too, if these storms keep tracking over the same areas, which I'm not thinking that they will. This doesn't seem like like it's in a setup that will have multiple storms going over these same areas. These storms are also moving pretty quick, so even though they have high rainfall rates, we're not going to see the bulk of that there. We're probably going to see about maybe 20 minutes worth at best. So now I guess we'll go back to reflectivity here. Actually, we'll go ahead and look at velocities here on this. I don't expect to see anything crazy here on this product either. It's pretty calm right now. Even the velocities themselves don't look that impressive at the moment. A couple of pockets in there where we see maybe some weak rotation going there. Nothing that leads me to think that there's any sort of imminent threat for a tornado, though. This is the closest that I've seen to anything that looks like it rotates. It's trying to rotate at all. It's a tiny little pixel right there. It's a really weak couplet, but I am going to watch that one a little bit closer now. So I'm going to put this in a loop. This will be the first time we put anything into a loop today. This does look like it's trying to ramp up a bit, so we're going to watch this storm as it gets closer towards Sherman here. Anyone that's on here, if you haven't already, of course, hit that like button, subscribe if you're new to the channel, and then, of course, share this video, as we're going to do what we can to make sure people are protecting their cars. Yeah, that scan looks actually mildly impressive. So we're going to keep an eye. So we're going to probably stick with this storm for just a little bit here. I might have to watch this little sector right here. If this does produce, I think it'll be a brief, if it does evolve to that point. So right now I'm leaning still towards it not doing anything. See if we can't get a good look at this from this site here. If this does have a camera, because not all of these do. Nope, this is just a regular radar station or regular weather station here. Then looking at this one here, this tab here, probably going to be a similar deal. I want to eventually get a weather station myself for my area. We might be about to move soon, so it'll be kind of hard to. Gonna be kind of hard to figure out where that's gonna be set up whenever I can't afford it. But this storm does look like it's trying to organize itself a little bit here. So Dorchester, you guys need to be watching this one with a little bit more interest, and then of course Sherman as well. Well, why not? We'll just go ahead and click this and see what other towns could be involved here. This was the point where I was seeing that little bit of a couplet trying to develop. And this was moving at 55, if I remember correctly. This is the exact same storm we were watching a little bit ago for the intense hail. I mean, you can see it on reflectivity. Well, I mean, oh, trust me, Atlanta is plenty stormy sometimes. Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at the reflectivity. Oh, this new scan looks a little bit more menacing now. This might turn into something here. You can see a little bit of an appendage taking shape here. But to answer your question, though, Alice, Atlanta's pretty stormy as it is. It's not the Midwest, but during the springtime, it can get pretty active around here. It was pretty active earlier in the winter, actually. Got pretty stormy. Also got pretty cold here, too. So, it's not that I need to move anywhere, Stormy. Trust me. Huh? But, one thing that is a little bit more concerning to me with this one here is this little appendage that we're starting to see here. This could be trying to rotate. I'm going to go ahead and switch back to velocity now. We have no picture to really go off of here. Still not the most impressive couplet I've seen, but this storm definitely looks like it's trying to get its act together at the very least. Pardon me, I had to respond to a text message. Oh, gotta get that off of there real quick. But nothing really, again, nothing really going with this just yet. But that last reflectivity scan does show some evolution there. Sure hope so. Sure hope so. An interesting little feature starting to develop over here past Frisco here, where we could be seeing some increasing concerns with damaging winds here. Storms seem like they're starting to mature just a little bit now. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. We went to reflectivity. Let's go to velocity. While we're at it, I might switch over to the Storm Prediction Center here and see what meso discussions might be on here right now. I do see some slightly brighter colors, but I don't think any of these winds are mixing down at the surface. Probably could see some 30, 40 mile per hour winds at best right now with this. But there is some potential for this going up to about 60 miles an hour. Yes, it's very relaxed compared to the other day. I literally went home from work and then immediately I had like, what was it, maybe 10 different tornado warnings to cover. And it was literally just from north to south. This is a regional type of threat here. It's pretty isolated in nature, although the storms seem pretty widespread. It's mainly just around this portion of Texas here. This is easy. This is easy compared to yesterday. Oh, we finally got a severe thunderstorm warning towards Oklahoma, and this is towards Norman. I'm going to have to switch to this radar site over here towards Wichita Falls. Storm looks rather interesting, but definitely looks like hail is the main threat with that one. Maybe 60 mile per hour winds. Some of these storms a little further to the south are starting to get a little bit stronger. Maybe we'll see some hail with those as well. This might be heading towards or just to the east of the radar station over here towards Norman, which is where the Storm Prediction Center is actually located. No, it's actually taking a direct beeline towards the radar. It's almost too close to where we'd start to get into a radar hole. Curvature of the Earth will probably play a role in that and not being able to see that as clearly. But thankfully, we have pretty good radar coverage over towards this region. I do think at some point we may see a severe thunderstorm warning with this cell right here. Probably going to be for hail. Maybe an increased threat with damaging winds with that one. But I'm leaning into... I'm mainly leaning towards hail with this one. We'll look at the VIL real quick. And we do seem like we're getting some higher values here. We're starting to get close to max out range. Getting up to about 70 kilos per meter squared. We'll see if that holds up or not. Then this storm a little further to the south is almost asking to get a severe thunderstorm warning on it. So some pretty high values with this one, almost maxed out. Then here's the one towards Sherman, Texas, that we've been watching for a bit here. Still has ridiculous hail values, just about maxed out at this point. So switch back to reflectivity and look at the latest scan with this cell. This is the one I've been interested in the most still. This cell over here off towards the Bellevue looks interesting now too. Has an interesting structure to it. Dang. Sure, go right ahead, Alice. We'll still be here for a bit. Unless it just gets really quiet. Which it seems like we're kind of trending away from that. Storm over here towards Sherman still seems elevated. So, that being said, this doesn't look like it's imminently going to be producing a tornado. But of course, we're at a different radar site too. So... probably switch back over to Fort Worth in just a minute here. Looks like they finally got a severe thunderstorm warning out on that storm that was over towards Abilene for a bit now. It's gotten into a little bit better of an environment, so it's starting to evolve a bit. So we're waiting for the Fort Worth radar site to load. This storm's going to be a little bit more interesting to see what it does. This environment is still suitable for tornadic activity, but we're mostly seeing elevated storms. We're mostly seeing hail right now. So we're just going to have to wait and see what this one does, because it's the most discrete storm I've seen today. So if anything would be likely to maybe warrant a tornado warning down the line, I think this would be the best chance, would be these storms right here that'll start to form. Still 7 people, still 9 people that are watching us right now. Feel free to say something in the comments, by the way. I don't bite. I'm a real person, just so you know. Strong little complex of storms over here towards Gun Barrel City. None of these look like they're producing severe. Oh, you're heading to the U.S.? You'd like to collab? There's a way you could do that on here. You could just I guess, hit up one of my socials, and we'll try and hash all of that out. Just let me know, and I guess we'll talk that out. I have an uncle in Cali. I've been trying to get a hold of Cal. Okay. Okay, so that looks interesting. Right here, this storm that's over towards Bellevue has gotten a little bit more organized here. In fact, this is the best storm I've seen today so far. This storm has a little bit more concerning of a look. This does have that semi-discrete embedded type of supercell look here. We're going to go ahead and actually look at the velocity on that. Yeah, there's been like a lot of atmospheric river problems over there. Okay, so we aren't getting velocity to pop up here. Let's try it again. I don't know if I didn't click it here. Now this is an interesting situation here, because the radar site is right here on the fringe. This storm's right on the fringe of the radar site here. So there's winds blowing towards the radar in the red, and the winds in the green blowing away from the radar. I want to say might be a couplet here, but literally, like, with the way the scan is set up, it's kind of hard for me to be confident in that. So if I were able to show the way that radar beam is kind of circling around with its current range, at some point here you're going to see a little bit of a difference. But I do think if there were to be something rotating, that might be it. Let's go ahead and look at the reflectivity again. But I really feel like if there was anything going on, it'd be a little bit further towards this way. We'll keep an eye on this one. Storm over towards Sherman looks a little less threatening. Storm over towards Cisco here, that's just to the east of Abilene by a little bit now. We'll look at the hail for that one. Mainly looking like we could see quarter-size hail. And we are starting to see that one evolve a bit more. Storm up to the north of it doesn't look too impressive right now. We'll have to see what's going on with that. Oh, yeah, that's getting better organized. This could eventually start to rotate here. In fact, I just had a thought here. I'm just going to go ahead and switch over to the Wichita Falls radar site here, since we do have that option. So from the Wichita Falls site, this looks a little less impressive. Well, actually, it still does look impressive, but the Dallas site had this looking a little okay, because the new scan just came in. Yeah, this looks like it's trying to do something. This looks like the most organized storm that I've seen today. I'm gonna need to get some water in a second here. Oh yeah, there is something there. It's weak rotation, but it is getting more and more organized. There could be a secondary point trying to develop here. We'll look at the VIL in just a second here too. Yeah, I'm suspicious of this spot right here where there could be a little bit of something trying to go on there. Then I'm also concerned about this spot here because this is gonna evolve. This looks like it's gonna evolve a little further here, and it's in a little pocket here where it looks like we could get a moment where it could briefly try to produce here. One thing that could be a factor here, these little showers right here could undercut the warm air trying to get into the storm here and make it a little harder for this storm to produce. Let's go ahead and look at the vertically integrated liquid, the VIL. Once I get chat commands going on here, you can just ask for VIL and velocity, that kind of stuff. I'm surprised that this does not have a severe thunderstorm warning on it. Yeah, I get it not having a tornado warning because, I mean, the rotation isn't strong enough just yet. But the vertically integrated liquid is pretty much maxed out with this storm here. Be interesting to see what this next scan brings. If this does end up trying to produce a tornado, okay, there's a severe thunderstorm warning for it finally. This is for the counties of Montauk County and Cook counties in north central Texas. In effect until 5:15. The storm is moving east at 35 miles an hour. Let's go ahead and take a look at who's in the path right now. Ooh, that next scan looks a little bit more menacing. Almost as if to say that this little pocket right here definitely seems like where the storm is trying to rotate here. So moving at 35. Let's go ahead and see who's in the path here. It's a mildly populated area here, so we have exactly 7 minutes until Nukana or Nukana. I'm going to say it's Nukana. If I'm wrong, feel free to correct me. But Nukana, we could see you in the path of this storm within the next 6 minutes. Nukana Hills, you have 18 minutes. Bonita right behind that, 5:57. Bolcher at 6:14. Leon. Rue Bottom, Jimtown, Marysville, Turner, Pike, Bernieville, Civils Inn, Eastman, and Thackerville. All you guys could be in line of this storm within the next hour. So for those of you that are within that 20-minute time frame here, you might want to take shelter because this could be trying to produce a tornado. This is definitely producing hail. So get into your safe spot just in case. It could be a secondary point of rotation that tries to develop here too. I think if there's going to be any sort of tornado warning in the near future, I think this storm has the best chances of right now. Take a second here and get some water since there's still a little bit of a lull in the action at the moment. We'll go ahead and get a wide view here. Okay, actually, not just yet. Do see a couple of more severe thunderstorm warnings here. The intensity on the hail with this one's probably going to be increasing. Yeah, we're going to watch this storm that's over here towards Nonunca. Yeah, this has 1.5 inch hail, so we're getting closer and closer to golf ball size with this one. So this could be pretty hazardous right here in a minute. We're going to switch back over to the Fort Worth radar, though, now. This storm looks a little bit better, but not by much. Still, I think okay, that looks a little bit more impressive. New scan just came in, and we're going to go back to the Nunca storm. Still looks like it's trying to get its act together. I don't know if it's going to be mature enough just yet. But that is a gnarly hail core that's starting to develop here. By the time we get towards the end of this warning, I think the hail core is going to be the note for the hail on the severe thunderstorm warning is definitely going to increase. So for the 6 people that are still here, quick update for those of you that might be joining in for the first time today. We are tracking an ongoing severe weather event over here. Wouldn't call this an outbreak entirely, but we could see some significant hail all throughout the north central Texas region tonight. A threat for tornadoes does exist. There is a tornado watch in effect until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And we have yet to see any tornado warnings, but storms do look like they are starting to organize on the backside of this little rain shield right here. These rain shields have also been producing some pretty significant hail here. I'm watching mainly this storm over here towards Nunca and this storm that's over towards Eastland that look like they are the most favorable of potentially getting tornado warnings down the line here. We'll have to see what these end up yielding here. And then, of course, these discrete cells over here towards Graham I'm watching as well. But right now, things are quiet. We only have severe thunderstorm warnings, but that could very well change with the next little bit here. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to get some water very quickly. All right, we're back. So far, nothing's really changed here. Storms still look the same. Probably still waiting on a new radar scan to come in. This storm here still looks like it's pretty impressive. Both of these really look impressive. Do not think that these have developed any sort of mesocyclone characteristics just yet. See if there's any tower cams I can look at on here. Does not look like that's the case. It's interesting here, though, that the temperature is 56 degrees, yet we're getting supercells here. Find that very interesting. An interesting storm over here towards the south of Waco with severe thunderstorm warning on it now. This has a tag for quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is towards Limestone and Falls County. It's moving northeast at 35. Next areas that could be in line for this storm would be, let's go ahead and get this back up here. There's quite a few people in line for this storm here. Just on the south side of Waco here. Marlin, you have exactly 9 minutes. Then McClanahan. Yeah, McClanahan's the name of that one. We have 17 minutes now. Or better yet, actually, let me make sure I got my math right. Yeah, 17 minutes before you guys are involved. Then other towns towards the top of the hour would be Stranger, Coit, Thornton, Davis Prairie, Groesbeck, and Forest Glade here by the time we get towards the bottom of this hour. Towards the bottom of the next hour. So you guys need to be heading inside here and hopefully if you have a shot, move that car to the garage. Because this storm looks like it's got some pretty good hail to it. May try to produce some damaging winds here too. Not so confident in the damaging winds, but definitely within the hail threat. Go ahead and look at the VIO with this. Looks like it's maxed out here. Yep, maxed out values over towards Marlin. So it's about to be right on top of you guys before you know it. A lot of these storms are going to probably have maxed out vertically integrated liquid indexes here. Given the environment that I kind of previewed today in this morning's video, if you want to watch that, I'll leave the link in the chat here. But this does not surprise me that we're seeing these intense returns on here. This storm over towards Nanunka has had a ridiculous hail core with it, and it still looks like it's persisting here. Yeah, this storm is not looking like it's ready to produce any sort of tornado, thankfully. So we'll just kind of keep watching and chilling out here and seeing how things progress here. Probably hang out here till about 7:30, 8 o'clock my time, which is Eastern time. But we'll see what happens here. I'm kind of leaning towards a lack of tornadoes with this setup here. I always kind of was, but chance was there. Definitely didn't want to miss anything, though, if we were going to see a 10% area like we ended up seeing with the Storm Prediction Center. We're going to switch over to this radar site here as this storm is drawing closer to Norman. I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer to now. Yeah, we're getting so close to the radar now we can't get a good picture of it. We'll switch back to Wichita Falls here. We should have a better look at it. Yeah, even so, the Wichita Falls site doesn't show an impressive signature with this. I think this storm is fizzling out as it's getting into a slightly less favorable area here. Switch back to the Dallas radar too while we're at it. Storm over towards Graham's looking a little bit more interesting. This is probably going to get a severe thunderstorm warning on it in just a little bit here. This storm's developing interesting features over here towards Nununka. So we're going to have to keep an eye. So we're definitely going to have to keep a close eye on that one. I'm surprised that it hasn't gotten a severe thunderstorm warning just yet. These discrete cells are going to be the main ones that I'm the most concerned about as time goes on here. No, it seems boring right now, but we have a multitude of severe thunderstorm warnings. We're looking at these discrete cells right through here where we could be concerned about maybe some potential tornadic development. The biggest threat with these are going to be hail, but there is a tornado watch in effect until 11 p.m. Central Time. So anywhere across this region here is where I would be concerned for a potential threat of a tornado. There is a 10% hatch risk in effect, so the potential of a strong tornado cannot be ruled out. Hence why we are live today. So if you are just now joining in, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button and share this video so that way we can get out to more people. Because this is really just a prelude to what we could be seeing on a big weather day for Tuesday. Finally got that severe thunderstorm. Well, no, that's the same one. We're still waiting on a severe thunderstorm warning for this one over towards Graham. This one's had a pretty strong hail core with it for a little bit now. It's showing characteristics like it's trying to mature here, but I think the storm to the south might start interfering with it a bit. Let's go and check the VIL here. There is a hail core with it. There's a notable hail core with it. Values don't even need to be maxed out in order for there to be quarter-size hail with this storm here. Look at this old special weather statement here. Nickel-size hail. I think it's reached quarter-size hail at this point now, probably. Because these values here are getting pretty high now. Starting to get into the blue here. Usually when we get to this point here, we start seeing that color. It's usually a sign of much bigger hail, usually reaching severe limits by this point. So this storm over here towards Nocona actually. This storm over towards Nocona is really interesting still. Still producing some big time hail. No urgent threat of any sort of tornadoes at the moment, though, thankfully. At one point, this storm looked like it was trying to get its act together and rotate, but the environment just was not suitable for it at the moment. I'll still watch this storm, but I think the window for that one to produce is going to be about to minimize significantly as it starts to get into an environment where there's more rain-cooled air. Not to say that the threat with that one would be zero as far as tornadoes are concerned, but it's going to gradually decrease as it moves off to the north and east here. Wait, hold up. That next scan just may make me reconsider, though. Look at that. Still looks outflow dominant, though, and a little bit elevated. Still looks mildly impressive, though. Then there's these storms over here that's just to the north of Greenville that look pretty strong. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. This was at 4:45. This was 11 minutes ago. It's for Hunt County, Hopkins County, Delta, Lamar, Collin, and Fannin counties in Texas. This is until 5:30 Central Time, so you have at least another 34 minutes from the looks of it. It's moving to the northeast at 55. It's a pretty big complex of storms, so plenty of locations could be in line here. Greenville, Sulphur Springs, Commerce, Princeton, Farmersville, Leonard, Cooper, Honey Grove, Wolf City, Cattle Mills, Saliste, Cumbie, Campbell, Merritt, Cooper Lake, Greenville, Club Lake, Lake Sulphur Springs, Greenville City Lakes, Big Creek Lake, Cooper Lake State Park. And this also includes Interstate 30 between mile markers 82 and 117. So make sure you're getting inside and maybe getting away from the windows here, because this does have the potential of still producing 60 mile per hour plus winds. It's a pretty large area with this storm. All right, so we'll move on down here. Still have a pretty impressive storm over here that's over towards Gorman. Oh, and this one has damaging wind potential with it now, as well as ping pong ball size hail. This also has an interesting little look to it now. Let's go ahead and look at velocities with this here and verify the damaging winds. It's a nice little surge right here. Oh, yeah, that's definitely producing some gnarly winds. It's the first storm that I'm actually semi-concerned with here. Then of course it does have that little dangly bit, that little pendant shape look to it. So tornado can't be ruled out with this one. This is the best storm that I've seen so far today as far as potential is concerned. Outside of hail, of course, where multiple storms have had maxed out VILs. We'll go ahead and actually look at the VIL here. Maxed out, no surprises there. That's going to be a big thing today. We're going to see a lot of storms when I go over to this feature here. Vertically integrated liquid, and we're probably going to see maxed out values. Did see a couple points of rotation on the velocity product as well. So there is something to watch there, but right around here it's where we have the top part of the storm here. That wind is making a pretty good surge outward as well. Could potentially increase the tornado potential with this storm, but I think it's going to stay rather minimal. Still have this storm over here to the south of Waco by a good bit. That looks pretty interesting. Mainly concerned with quarter-size hail and 60 mile per hour winds. And then beyond that, we're still waiting to see what this storm over in Graham ends up yielding. I think a severe thunderstorm warning would be down the line for this storm, but outside of that, I don't really see anything urgent with it. Hang on. New scan here. Not looking super impressive still, but we'll keep an eye on it. Man, this storm is really starting to bow out a bit too now, so this could be a big-time damaging wind maker here. We'll go ahead and take a look and see who's down the line with this storm, as they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for it. This is now expanded into Erath, Eastland, and Comanche counties in Texas until 6 p.m. Central Time. So it's a whole hour to go on this fresh severe thunderstorm warning. This is moving east at 40 miles an hour, has ping pong ball size hail, and has a tag for 60-mile-per-hour winds again. I do think 70-mile-per-hour winds are possible with it, though. So definitely want to take shelter. Maybe treat this like a small tornado here and get into your safe place. Definitely get away from windows. Definitely get away from the exterior walls if at all possible. Like I said, this can do the same kind of damage as a small tornado here. Uh-oh. It's not what I wanted. It's not want to cooperate with me. Uh-oh. It's not what I wanted at all. And we're starting to see that little characteristic backward C shape towards the south side of the storm here. It's definitely lends to a damaging wind threat here. It's moving at 40. Let's go ahead and click this and see what we got here. It's a mildly populated area. This is going to be heading towards the south side of Fort Worth here. But the next areas in line for the storm, Lingleville. I don't know why I wasn't able to get that out. Lingleville, you have 11 minutes to go now. Stephenville, you have 25 minutes before this storm is on you. Welcome Valley, 6:33 will be the time for you. Bluffdale, 6:44. Paluxy, you have almost towards the bottom of the hour, and Toller, you have almost towards the bottom of the hour for this dangerous storm. This is a supercell, so this is likely to be able to sustain itself long enough to reach you guys just outside of where the current severe thunderstorm warning is. Treat this like a small tornado because this already has been clocked for some pretty strong winds. And it definitely verifies based off of what I've seen here. So take shelter. I'm going to see how this storm evolves as time goes on here. Oops. Storm over towards Graham is looking a little less impressive here. Still looking at the storm over here towards Nununka, and I'm seeing a little bit more potential for damaging winds now. This has gone away from a tornado threat, I feel like, for right now. So here's the new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued a little earlier. I think this is actually about to expire here in the next 12 minutes. This is for Montauk and Cook counties, by the way, still. Slowing down, actually. These storms have been slowing down a good bit here. We're getting up down to 35 miles an hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail here. So this is the overall picture of what we've been seeing so far throughout the course of the day here. Most of the severe weather is going to mainly be in Texas and moving off towards areas towards the east here. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. The first tornado warning of the day, and this is for the storm that's to the southeast of Waco here. Finally got our first tornado warning of the day. It does not look impressive on reflectivity, but we'll go ahead and take a look at the velocity scan here. This does look like it could have a weak echo region somewhere up in there. So we'll go ahead and verify that. Okay. So radar indicated tornado warning most likely. Yep. And oh, that is a pretty good couplet though. That is a very good couplet. A lot of strong winds moving towards the radar here, especially. We'll have to watch and see what this ends up doing here. Oh, wow. Wow. This is definitely producing damaging winds, if nothing else. About 124 gate to gate. This could end up coming down here. The concern with this setup was if the storms ended up rooting themselves with the surface cape available, that we could get some problems here. And this might be the first storm that kind of leans into that here. Might be a little bit of a CC drop. I don't think so right now, but we're going to watch this scan here. This does look a little bit noisy, though, at the moment. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything down at the moment, thankfully. But this is definitely something that we're going to be watching now from this point forward. So we'll go with split radar scan here, and we'll go to... Oh, there's a sneaky little... Yeah, it's a sneaky little hook right in there. But it's like almost like a donut hole weak echo region type deal too. This could be a quick spin up. This could last a little bit. It doesn't necessarily have the classic supercell look to it, but it does look like a very healthy storm though. We've shrunk down that severe thunderstorm warning a little bit there. Some pretty strong gate to gate still. So here's our first tornado warning of the day. We very well could see more. Storm's kind of tucked itself in a little bit more, so this very likely could be a rain-wrapped tornado, so you don't want to look for it if you happen to be in Causse, by the way. We're going to go ahead and take a look at who's next in line for this dangerous storm here. We're going to actually get out of this radar image here, this the multi-scan there, and kind of draw a bead at who's next. So make sure I got the right mark here. I think this is about where we would look for it right now. Hopefully this will actually pop up on my screen here. Looks like something new's popped up here. It's only one tornado warning still. Still a multitude of severe thunderstorm warnings. See if we can't get this to work again. For whatever reason, I'm having trouble pulling up my little cone here. Come on. There we go. Yep. It's right where I would expect that storm to be. I didn't get the storm motion properly. By the way, the tornado warning is for fall in Limestone County. It's in Texas here, in case I did not mention that. It's 35. So the next one's in line for this storm. Stranger, you have 9 minutes before this storm is on top of you with a potential rotation. Coit, you are next in... Actually, I think it's 17 minutes from now. And Coit, you're right behind them with that. About 30 minutes from now, we're looking at Thornton. Davis Prairie at 6:41. Alethea at 6:49. So you got 40 minutes until then. Then at the top of the hour, we have Personville, Fair Oaks, and Farrar. It's a population of 990 according to Radar Omega. I think it might be a little more than that. Let's hope that isn't the case. But nonetheless, take shelter because this is a tornado warning that's now in effect. And then here's a few towns, and then these towns towards the top of the new hour are not in the tornado warning just yet, but you do need to be watching this closely. So watch out. We're going to be keeping a close eye on this one. And it's funny how every time it's when I want to look away, whenever I see a tornado warning get issued, every single time. Rarely does that ever fail. So I'm going to go ahead and take a look at any mezzo discussions while I'm at it here real quick. Be on a separate screen. I have two computers in front of me, but I can't connect them to the same stream yet. Okay, I guess I can't get my screen to load up. I guess we'll just switch back to the radar then. Yeah, that storm really looks like it's starting to wrap up now, though. Yeah, it looks pretty daggone nasty now. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity here, because this could end up touching down, I think. Because the storm looks like it's getting more and more organized. So again, if you're over towards Kosi, this is heading towards you guys next. It's moving at 35 miles an hour, so you do have some time. The gate is getting stronger, though. The gate is getting a lot stronger, though. It would not surprise me at all if this was on the ground. That is a pretty strong couplet there. It's not a big one, but it's a strong one for sure. Oh. Get that off my screen real quick. Really having some problems here with Radar Omega in the last little bit here. Can't even look at my can't even look at the gate to gate. I mean, I can read without it, but I wanted to show you guys too, though. Just trying to make sure everything's up and running properly. All right, let's try and refresh something real quick on my computer here. I think we're okay now, though. I think I may have stabilized things. Sure hope so. If not, let me know in the chat if something's wrong. Wait, what in the world? What just happened here? Everything's kind of going wacky right now. No, that's not the gate to gate. Let me try and use a different product here because something's up. We'll go to storm relative velocity. If that's what's going on here, I can't even... Oh, we're kind of in the dark now. Okay, there we go. That's a little bit better. Picture isn't as clear, though, which is kind of irritating. But definitely see a couplet there for sure. Cannot get any sort of index, though, on this. I kind of find that wild. Okay, there we go. Hang on. Just find it really odd how my computer's acting. Shouldn't be having problems with my internet right now. We're good to go. Might need to do something real quick here. Just a minute. I think we might be having a problem with my Streamlabs here. No, that's not the issue. Let's see if we can go back to high res velocity here. Still doing that really weird thing. It's like sheared out and maxed out, but it's just kind of odd how. Okay, maybe we need to go to a different radar site because we might be at the bottom of it. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was just like, wait, what just happened? Let me get that off of there real quick. And we'll switch over to this radar site over here. But yeah, that kind of threw me for a loop for a second there. I've been having a little bit of trouble with my computer today, so wasn't ruling that out, but it's good to know it wasn't anything like that. A little close to the radar, but I think we still will be able to get a good picture of this storm here. There's still something there. It's not quite as impressive as what we were seeing earlier. But you gotta love when you start to get like right in between two radars here. Doesn't seem like there's any real signal interference though either, so I think we should be good now. There's some pretty strong shear with this though, still nonetheless. Yeah, it's pretty strong. Yeah, this is some really strong shear right here. It's a very small couplet though. So more than likely this is not a big tornado on the ground. This is a small one, but it's not. But if it is on the ground, it's not weak. Go ahead and change this over to CC here. Just to make sure there's nothing going up in the air. Because this is heading right towards Kosei. This might pass just to the north side of town. Might spare the center of it. We'll have to see. Can't really see anything that leads me to think that there's debris. We'll put it into a loop here to kind of help ourselves along here. Maybe we might be able to pick up on something. But I kind of lean a little bit towards nothing yet. It just seems kind of It just seems kind of noisy right now around here. That's partially because of how the proximity to the radar site. We'll go back to reflectivity here and just keep watching it from that point. All right, whatever was going on with my computer, I've seemed to stabilize now, so that's good news. Okay. New meso discussion got issued. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys that while I'm at it here. Oh. It's a nice little scan right here. It's popped up. The storm might get a little bit sheared out, though, as a result, though. I think eventually this might force that velocity couplet to kind of spread apart here. The inflow is seems like it's so strong that it might be pushing it back, pushing this storm's mesocyclone back and maybe shearing it apart. It could recycle, though, and do something else, too, down the line. But I think this storm might not keep its tornado warning based off of how it just did that on the last scan here. Storm has pretty good hail with it, though, still. Look at the VIO while we're at it. Oops. Did not want to zoom in that much, though. Come on. Yeah, it's producing some pretty big hail on the hail core part of the storm. Yeah, I think the storm is either splitting or is going to be going outflow dominant here. So I don't know if this touched down or not. It could have been a very brief tornado. Would not surprise me if that happened given the shear that was available with it. But I think we might be seeing this storm become less favorable to produce. Keep an eye on the rest of our severe thunderstorm warnings. We have Love, Cook, and Montauk counties with another severe thunderstorm warning. We have Erath, Comanche, and Eastland counties in Texas with a severe thunderstorm warning. And then Limestone and Falls County along with that tornado warning in effect that we have to keep an eye out for. Then Lamar, Fannin, and Bryan counties in Texas with a severe thunderstorm warning. We're going to zoom out in a minute and go to a different scope here. We'll still keep an eye on this storm. See what it does from this point, but it's looking a lot less impressive now. Could be cycling and trying to reorganize further because this storm did try to produce pretty quick, or it flared up pretty quick. Here's a storm towards Stevensville. Earlier it had a tag for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Now the hail threat's really starting to take over with this one. Do have to watch these storms for downburst potential with the amount of hail that they have with the hail they have with them. That super fast rain cooled air can always create quick downdrafts towards the surface here. So we're going to switch over to the Fort Worth radar site again while we're at it. Should still be able to keep a visual on this storm here. Off to the south. We'll go ahead and scroll out a little bit. Looks a little bit different according to this scan here. Yeah, it's for this storm that's over here towards Thornton. I might be a little bit behind on the stream, just a little bit. But yeah, I've been watching this one for a bit. Oh, there could be one that might be issued towards Gun Barrel City here because that's starting to look like it's got a decent little hook to it. Could be starting to see things pick up here. Also, thanks for stopping by, Wyatt's personal account. Appreciate you, man. Today we're just looking over Texas right now. You in Texas, by the way? Just curious. Don't have to answer if you don't want to. Yeah, it looks like those are the only tornado warnings. This is the only tornado warning we got right now. I'm gonna go back towards the Round Rock radar here and take a look at that. Dang. I feel you. You aren't near this storm by any chance, are you? Hopefully you're staying safe right now. The storm is still trying to organize. Yeah, the storm could recycle and maybe try to produce a new meso. But in that last scan, oh, you're good for right now? That's good to hear. That is good to hear. Still a couplet with this storm, but not as impressive as what we were seeing a couple of scans ago. Still pretty strong shear. I definitely am concerned about damaging winds with this. I do think this has a chance of maybe recycling. It's not the strongest couplet I've ever seen, though, either. I have a good bit of doubt that this is down. I don't think that there's anything to really worry about at the moment, but we're still going to keep a close eye on this one. You're an NRH, though. Where is that, by the way? I'm not super familiar with Texas. I'm a Georgia boy myself. But I've been trying to learn about new areas. I've actually never been to Texas yet. Oh, you're a mod? I've been looking for a mod, but our channel's not quite popular yet. I'm trying to build it from this point. But hey, man, if you want to do it, shoot, just let me know, man. Oh, North Richland Hills. Oh yeah, I was just talking about that area earlier with that severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, did you see any hail by chance? By the way. Uh, did you get? Did you like get to like pick up any? What size? If you did, what size did you see? I am kind of curious. This is a decent couplet, but just don't think this is down right now. We can check the CC, but I don't think this is doing anything just yet. Oh, no, you couldn't. Ah, it's all good, man. Nah, I feel that. Sometimes I'll jump out there and do it if it's not too dangerous, but that was also some pretty big hail. If you get clunked in the head by that, you're gonna feel that for sure. Especially if you don't have a helmet, which I don't, so yeah. I had hail like I think about a week ago over here. Yeah, I don't really see anything that leads me to think that there's something down. That's the downside of being so close to this stinking radar site, is the fact that it gets really noisy, especially with the CC here. This does have a nice hook that's starting to develop with it, so I do think this is starting to cycle. We'll see if this holds true. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. I'd love to have a mod here, but I'm still also trying to figure out how to use Streamlabs. So yeah, I'm still dealing with quite the learning curve. But I will take whatever help I can get. But we also got to get more people in the stream here in the future. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it a bunch. Absolutely. All right. The main thing I'm trying to get on Streamlabs, I'm trying to figure out how to get chat commands to work. Like, I have them set up, but for some reason, whenever I do the exclamation point, like I have my other YouTube channel up on like a secondary screen here. Like whenever I try to do like exclamation point uptime, like nothing works. Like watch. Yeah, there's gotta be something I'm doing wrong there. But yeah, I do exclamation point uptime and nothing pops up. It's kind of crappy. Well, that and I couldn't. I guess I'm just not able to get CloudBot to work right now. But yeah, still looks like this last scan doesn't look quite as impressive. But yeah, I do think this storm is trying to get this. Wait a minute. Commands? Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I will take whatever help I can get because I am an absolute noob when it comes to this stuff. I'm a complete rookie. I didn't start live streaming until I think February, and even then, like it's been a huge learning curve. I barely had time to even do anything because of my regular day job I have through the week. That and I'm also a musician, hence the name Ty Metalhead Weatherman. Oh, you got a chat bot on your backup account? And like I said, man, if you want to help, I will not turn you down in the slightest. Oh, whoa, what? This is observed. So this is down. This is an observed tornado on the ground, folks. I still don't even have a siren for this channel. This really is irritating. Like, I literally don't even have the time to do anything right now. Just yet. I tried to work on it today, but ran out of time before this stream had to go up. But yeah, this is an observed tornado on the ground. If anybody over here towards this region, just to the northeast of Kosei, is watching this, you need to be taking shelter right now. This is a tornado on the ground. This is a confirmed tornado. We're going to take a look at this warning here, and we'll go ahead and see who's next in line here. But this is just to the south of, and east of Waco here. But a confirmed tornado 12 miles north of Bremen or 14 miles southeast of Groesbeck, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. There's also quarter-sized hail with this storm. So the next towns that would be in line for this would be, if I can get this out the way. My goodness, that escalated pretty quick. It's pretty much been the theme. So the next towns in line here. Come on, baby. All right, so we got Davis Prairie here at 6:43. This storm will be on top of you guys. We're looking at the most dangerous part of the storm here, so you got 11 minutes to go here. Personville, if this storm holds together, it'll be on you at 7:05. Fair Oaks at 7:06. Farrar at 7:07, and then Donnie at 7:13. These are some of the towns in line here in the path of this observed tornado that is on the ground. Take shelter right now. See if we can't get a better look at the CC drop. It's just been so noisy since we're so close to the radar site here. Kind of hard to pick up on it. But this has been showing pretty strong rotation for a while. The last couple of scans have looked a little less impressive, but maybe this could be it right here. I'm having a hard time telling because, again, look how noisy this is. It could very well be right here. In fact, I do think that if there's going to be a spot, it will be right here. How about you, Wyatt? What are you thinking? Because it looks really noisy right now. Appreciate it, man. Let's see if we can get some more people. We just need to get some more people on here. Hey, Wyatt, if you could you share the video here? But yeah, you want to be a mod. Yeah, I'm down, bro. I'm going to do a thing real quick while I'm going to switch over to the meso discussion I just saw here popping up. Just give me a second here. I'm going to switch over the screen. Do you know anyone else in the Texas area that could be watching this right now? Because I don't know how many people are actually streaming this. This kind of came up last minute. All right, so here's the meso discussion that we had pop up here about 4 minutes ago. Supercells capable of all severe hazards, including very large hail and tornadoes, remain possible for the next several hours. Ah, dang. Well, that's all right, man. You're good, man. You're a friend of me. Definitely helping for sure, man. Appreciate it regardless. Oh, okay. So here's a larger picture. Here's a better picture over here, but this is within tornado watch number 110 here, which is in effect until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Oh, you have no friends there. That's all good. Who need it's? I mean, Texas is a big state. Texas is a freaking huge state, man. But we're going to switch back over here to Radar Omega real quick. Crap. An active weather forecast? Yeah, I'm trying to stay on top of it. Like I said, I'm still pretty inexperienced. I'm not Ryan Hall by any stretch of the imagination. Not even close. And I have no problem admitting that either. So new scan looks like it just came in. Still our only tornado warning right now. Oh crap, I still have that up. I think that's my biggest problem right now is the fact that I keep that up by mistake when I don't mean to. I just need to get into the habit of getting out of that more. Shoot. I'm down for that. It's probably... Yeah, I don't even have half the stuff that he does, though. Like, the extra monitors are the main thing I would love to have. That and a better Wi-Fi signal, because where I live right now, I live like next to a river and I'm surrounded by trees. Like, even though I'm near the city in Atlanta, I'm literally in the boonies. How I managed to pull this off, I will never know. But let's go ahead and switch this over to velocity real quick. Yeah, you see what I'm talking about. Like, I'm not able to get any sort of quick switch overs from radar sites or velocity products or anything like that. So it's gonna take some time for me to even get the funding I would need to set that up. That's why I would love to find people that would support the stream too. Might be a while before we get there, but hey, I'm a dog at the end of the day. I'm gonna keep working through this as best as I can until I can get better. So let's go ahead and look at the gate to gate. So we have winds going from this yellow core here, going about 55 miles an hour. Up against an area where we're going maybe about 20 miles an hour. So about at least a gate to gate of about 60. Shoot, come on. We'll switch back to reflectivity here. I could go, I wonder if I should go split screen on this to get a better look at it. Shoot, yeah, I'll take whatever I can get. Because, I mean, Tuesday, I'm pretty sure you already know what Tuesday looks like. It's not for this region, but Tuesday looks like a replay of Friday almost. So whatever help I can get, especially early on in the day, because I'm not sure whether or not I'll be able to get off work or how soon I'll be able to get off work. But I'm definitely going to be, if I have to work, even after that, I'm going live. Like, I'm going to have to. Because it was ridiculous last week or this weekend. So, like I said, whatever I can get, I will take it without any complaints. Do have one person in here. I do know one person that is pretty cool too, but he works a lot and he lives all the way out in Arizona. But yeah, I'd love to form up a good team here. Been waiting to do that. Over here sending a text out to people. Yes, I do actually. I do have a Discord. I can put it in the chat for you if you want. You want me to send it to you? Uh-oh. This storm looks like it might be starting to weaken just a little bit here, based off what reflectivity shows. There is a lot of inflow with this. This could be cycling again. It may drop yet another tornado. Okay. Just give me a second here. Oop. Should I eventually just start a server? Because I heard, because there was another person that comes on here every once in a while when I do a stream that'll talk about that maybe recommended me doing a server. Okay. Crap, I don't even know how to send my own freaking Discord anymore. I can't even think straight. Wait. I think I figured it out here. Still a good inflow notch, so we're going to have to keep an eye on this storm here. Wonder if this is still the only tornado warning. It looks like yes. Still have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, by the way. Most of these are going to mainly be for hail, but damaging winds are still very much possible. Everything seems to be at 60 miles per hour, though. A lot of the latest severe thunderstorm warning that I've seen here is for Van Zant, Henderson, and Kaufman counties in Texas here. This is for 1-inch hail, quarter-sized hail to be exact, and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And this is in effect until 6:15. So we have about another 30 minutes to go before this warning is allowed to expire here. You also have to still keep an eye on this tornado warning. And that storm, by the way, is over towards Purtis Creek State Park or over Gun Barrel City, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. All right, so let's get back over to this part of the storm here. Yeah, this storm looks like it's starting to cycle again. My brain is not working right now. I'm doing too much at once. Okay. I think I figured it out now. I don't really use Discord much, so I'm just kind of like a noob with this too. I only have used Discord like every once in a while in the last couple of years. I used to use it a lot more often when I was in a video game group chat, but things kind of turned south there, unfortunately. Okay, well, if you want to, you can. I don't want you to have to do everything for me. I mean, if you really want to, you can, but I'm not trying to make you do anything that you don't want to do, man. Like I said, I appreciate whatever help, man. I appreciate all the help. Still a tornado warning in effect for Limestone County until... Okay, weather spotters have confirmed a tornado with this. Thornton and Corset. And this is in effect until 5:45, so this is about to expire. We'll probably see reissuing of this warning a little further off to the north and east. You're a good man, Wyatt. I appreciate you a bunch, dude. I really do. But hey, man. Yeah, because at the end of the day, these streams are meant to help people anyway. A lot of people these days are getting away from cable, so. Yep, and there's the reissuing of the tornado warning, by the way. This tornado warning still has the observed tag on it, and now we have Freestone and Leon counties involved as well as southeastern Limestone County. This is in effect until 6:30 Central Time, so we have an extra 45 minutes on this. So this tornado is moving moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. It's 4 miles southeast of Thornton. So we'll go ahead and take a look at the CC, or maybe the velocity here. Welcome back, Alice. I don't know what's going on with my brain right now. Guess I'm starting to get hungry again. Who cares? I'm gonna guess that this point is the where the rotation is gonna be, is somewhere up in there. Still some pretty strong gate to gate with that too. So this is definitely capable of doing some pretty significant damage here. Be interesting to see just what's happening over here, but there's no chasers on the ground, unfortunately. Yeah, we're also trying to upgrade things here, and I made a little friend here, Alice. Wyatt's actually I'm gonna probably have Wyatt here as a mod here. Welcome to the team, by the way, man. If I haven't said it already, man, thank you so much. But Alice here joined in on Friday, by the way. Been helping keep me company here on the chat while things have been going crazy. But I'm losing my train of thought here. If anything is a mod, every once in a while you might have to remind me, like, hey, you need to keep focus on this storm right here, because this is dangerous stuff. Sometimes I will lose my train of thought. I'm more than humble enough to admit that. Okay, so next in line would be Personville at 7:09, Fair Oaks at 7:10, Farrar at 7:11, Donnie at 7:17, and then Freestone at 7:18. Thank you, Alice. I appreciate that too. Yeah, because I'm probably going live on Tuesday, but last Tuesday that was a nightmare trying to keep up with everything, because literally I was literally bouncing from radar sites all the way in Wisconsin, from there pretty much towards Arkansas and even Louisiana. It was unbelievable. I was already oh, you're going to school on Tuesday? Crap. Well, I mean, either way, like I said, I'll take whatever help I can get. Like I said. But yeah. Either way, man, appreciate you doing what you're doing for me. If you are free, just let me know and we'll get to it. It's no pressure regardless. But we're going to switch back here. Do I want to try? Oh, you're young? Do you mind me asking how old you are, Wyatt? Doesn't matter the age, but, you know. I know some people can be really funny about that. I'm not trying to come on to you or anything. Just want to make that clear. Wow. So you're a young weather enthusiast. That's awesome, man. That's freaking great, man. I started studying weather when I was 4 years old. I'm 28 now. But yeah, man. I'm all for that. It doesn't matter if you're 11. If you're able to help, you're also helping other people by trying to help me, really. So I'll take it. Yeah, I'm up there in age. Like I said, I appreciate you being here, man. But I think if you just keep on doing your work, man, you're going to go far easily. I can already tell your love for this is pretty genuine. And that's the first step. That is always the first step. Dang it, I can't seem to get a good look at the CC here. It's just so daggone noisy. I'm thinking this is probably it right here. But literally, there's stuff right here that would make you think that it's on the ground here. New scan looks a little bit better, but like I said, it's hard to tell. It's a problem when you get close to some of these radar sites. Like I said, I will take whatever I can get, man. If you stay on top of it in school, you'll be able to do this. You could do this and then maybe so much more. But just keep in touch, man. Really looking forward to seeing what you can do, especially as you get older. An interesting storm over here towards Stephenville that I've been watching for a while. This might have damaging winds with it now, but I'm still thinking hail is going to be the main threat. This is the only storm that has a tornado warning right now, just to the east of Thornton here. The storm looks like it's almost taking a characteristic right turn. So this may ramp up a little bit more again. This has been cyclic for a little bit. This tornado may still be on the ground here from the looks of it. It's going to be interesting to see how far along this supercell will go, because this is the only one that really has shown any sort of tornado potential. At times, other ones have done like little pulse rotations here, but outside of that, nothing really going on otherwise. All right. So in the meantime, also looking at also keeping an eye on the mesoscale discussions from the Storm Prediction Center here while I'm at it. We'll see what other storms may end up forming later into the evening, but this looks like the only one that I'm concerned about right now. Wait, hang on a minute. New mesoscale discussion. We're going to switch over in just a second here. Might be seeing a new tornado watch issued from downstream of the current watch that we have now. Yep, we do. Okay. Here's the look at the latest mesoscale discussion. This is going to start to include areas in Louisiana and parts of southern Arkansas now, as well as a tiny corner of southeastern Oklahoma. This is going to include Texarkana, Longview, Tyler, Lufkin, Livingston, Natchitoches, Alexandria, Shreveport, and El Dorado here. This is probably going to be a new tornado watch. This will probably end up being watch 111. Watch probability is at 80%. So we'll probably end up seeing this watch issued within the next hour, so to speak. We're starting to get towards the outer edge of this radar site now too, so we might have to switch over in just a minute here. Also, another difficulty that we could have here is the fact that we could be dealing with potential for getting into a radar hole here. So we have this radar site over here towards Fort Worth that should still be able to see it. But the Austin radar site has given us the best picture so far. Maybe Alexandria's radar site would be in range, but I think somewhere around here, I have some concern about there being a radar hole right between Grapeland and perhaps Lufkin. Because once we get here, the picture is going to be a little bit more messy from this point. Yeah, this storm still looks pretty gnarly right here. If that tornado is lifted, then this storm might be trying to produce yet another one. Yeah. Messy. Yeah. It's messy, or is it messy? Oh, I haven't sent it. Yeah, I got caught up in the new Mezzo discussion. That was my fault. Just give me a second here. I should have already figured this out by now. I sent it the other day. Okay, there we go. You see what I did there, Alice? That's good. All right, so this number right here should be it, shouldn't it? Like, that should be the number right there, right? Ooh. Yeah, this storm is definitely starting to ramp up. You're also starting to see an increase in CG here, which is always a telltale sign that this storm is on an intensifying trend here. I'm gonna go back to velocity here. This is gonna be right over Lake Limestone within the next couple of minutes here. Still a good velocity scan here. Whoa, look at that. Did you guys see that? 105 miles per hour gate, potentially on gate to gate here. Wow, it's actually 109. Oh, this is my secondary account here. I have two of them. This one that you're seeing the stream on is where I do most of my weather. For whatever reason, I can't go directly through Streamlabs and chat with people, which kind of sucks. So I'm literally using my second laptop to basically chat with people right now. I know it's a little bit of a throw off, but I really don't chat much since. Oh, my name on Discord. This was back when I was in a solo metal project, because I'm also a musician. Or this was my first solo or my second solo project. And then also on top of that, Reaper was my call sign on the Ace Combat video games. That's what I used to play a lot of. Kind of fell off there, but that's the Discord tag right there on the chat here. I want to see if eventually I could change that name, though. I mean, it's a cool name and all, but for weather, I don't think it's going to be quite as fitting or as appropriate. Oh, Josh Berry. Yeah, it's that's a pretty gnarly couple. This could be a significant tornado too. It would not surprise me if this is if this is growing into a large tornado, because this is pretty nasty looking. Yeah, I think there's a better look at the correlation coefficient here now. Uh-oh. Screen whited out. What in the world? Oops. Did I not? Oh, gosh. That's embarrassing. I didn't switch the screen back. This is why I need that multi-screen setup. I'm trying to work towards it, but might be a while before I get the funds to do that. But yeah, I've been looking at the radar for the last little bit here. I forgot that I still had it on Storm Prediction Center there. I'm sorry, you guys. I think we're good now, though. Yeah, we're fixed up now. This is what I'm talking about. I lose focus. Not necessarily easy, but sometimes things will get past me pretty quick, especially when I've been streaming for a bit now. I said, I'm not afraid of admitting that I'm human. It's just part of the game sometimes. I appreciate it, Alice. I actually really do. Because that was pretty embarrassing on my part. But yeah, somewhere in there is probably where our tornado is going to be. Alright, we should be good now, though. It should be popping up in just a second. I know there might be a little bit of a latency there with my stream compared to the screen that I have up right now. If anything, I kind of find it funny that happened. You gotta have a sense of humor with these kinds of things. It's really easy to get worked up and all antsy and whatnot, and I can't allow myself to do that on here. Oh, you got the radio on? But yeah, Discord wasn't working though, Wyatt. Dang. A friend of mine, Henry, he said the same thing when I sent it to him the other day. I might hit him up and see if maybe there's a way I can work with him and bring you into our Discord chat and then just kind of start a server from there. Because either way, at some point, I feel like I'm going to need a team to figure this all out. All right, so it looks like a new scan's come in. Yeah, this storm still looks like it's pretty daggone wicked. Also producing some pretty big hail here. We're probably about to see this tornado warning, get extended. Do you have Discord, Alice? You're more than welcome to join in on this too. Like I said, I'm more than willing to form a whole team with this. In fact, I kind of need it. In fact, I know a couple other people that could help me with that too. It's like we're getting somewhere with this live stream stuff now. It's pretty nice. Maybe if you guys send me your Discord codes, maybe I can get that up and running somehow. Because that's how I was able to get a hold of Henry. Speaking of which, I wonder where he is. I wonder why he hasn't shown up yet. I guess he's tied up today. Apparently I have to. Some water bottle pop. But apparently, what I have to do, according to Streamlabs, because when I went to the site earlier before I started, I tried to get the cloud bot to work, but apparently I have to have like someone's stream link, and then I have to go through YouTube Studio to do that. I have my phone right here, so I could set that up. But I think, yeah, I think I could. To answer your question. All right. Storm's not looking quite as impressive, but this has cycled several different times here. We're waiting to see if a new tornado warning will get issued or an extension of this tornado warning will occur. I probably think we would see that within the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. if not sooner than that. Let me see if I can actually do that. Can't do it directly through Streamlabs, but maybe I could do it through YouTube here. So we got one tornado today. Hang on a second though, Wyatt. I'm actually going to go ahead and give that a try real quick. Okay. So I'm trying to pull up this tab while I'm pretty much trying to look at my own stream at the same time. It's kind of surreal. Latest scans come in and the storm may be starting to fizzle out. I sure hope that's the case. But again, it looks like it could also be cycling. Just give me a little bit more time here. This will load the next 10 years. New severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, let's go ahead and look at that and see what we got here. All right. I think this is it. Is it for Coryell, Hamilton, Lampasas, and Mills counties in Texas? And then we also have Bosque, Somerville, Hamilton, and Erith counties in Texas. Both of these are for 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail of at least 1 inch in diameter or greater. I'm really surprised they haven't issued a new tornado warning for that storm just yet. Wait, that new scan might tell me as to why. They're debating whether or not they should continue it. I think they're debating whether or not they should continue it. But the storm's looking a little less impressive on radar now. Yeah, I'm having trouble getting my computer to load here on Chrome. All right. Okay, I finally got this up and running now. Let me know if I'm lagging any. I mean, I know I'm asking a lot out of this poor old computer, but things look like they're still running pretty smooth on my end. So we've gone up on the sub count a bit. We've gotten 6 subs today. Thank you to anyone who's subbed so far today. And we're still going to be covering this for a good bit here. Okay, finally got this up now. Come on. What time is it? Down towards Texas or towards my area? Okay. Appreciate that, Alice. Uh, check your notes, by the way, Wyatt. I think I added you as a mod. Oh, my area. I'm in Eastern time, so it is currently 7:10 p.m. here. All right, we finally got you in there. Did you say you wanted to be in a mod too, Alice? If you do, then I mean I can do that right now while I'm here. Just let me know. Well, if it was them, tell them I said many thanks. There's no other mod. I have no other mods right now, so definitely plenty of space. Thanks for the tip, by the way, Wyatt. Wyatt, that was clutch right there, man. It's good to have a team. It's good to feel like I actually have like somewhat of a team here. I appreciate that a bunch. I don't think they're gonna actually extend this tornado warning. I think they would have probably done it by now. Doesn't feel quite. I don't feel like the urgency's quite there right now. Or maybe they're at a new. Maybe there's a new weather station that's over this now. I still think there could be something down here because I see the little characteristic of the donut hole here, which is usually indicating weak echo region. So I do think there still could be a tornado down, or there's still good rotation with this storm. It's just a tiny bit perplexing that they haven't gone on and issued a new tornado warning. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not trying to be critical of anyone in the National Weather Service, but I am kind of scratching my head at this one. Maybe there's something I'm not quite getting. But nonetheless, yeah, there's still rotation right there. It's very clear to me. Right up in there is where our rotation couplet is. Actually, a little bit off here. But yeah, right up in here is our rotation couplet. Excuse me. But yeah, I'm a little bit perplexed as to why they have not issued a new tornado warning, because this storm is about to exit the warned area. Yeah, sometimes they do. Maybe a radar Omega needs an update too. I don't know. There's plenty of questions. That's all. But yeah, I think the tornado is probably still somewhere in there. But oh, the warnings, yeah, 100%. Yeah, I do notice sometimes the warnings come in late. I don't know if they're passing this over to another National Weather Service station or not, though, either. Because we are getting closer and closer to being out of range of this radar site now. I'm trying to figure out who will be next in line to get a hold of this radar site here. If not, then we'll go ahead and take a look and see who's next in line in the path of this storm here. Well, there's more severe thunderstorm warnings to the south. Now we have this one over towards Gatesville, by the way. This has an interesting little feature to it as well. Yeah, I still think, yeah, that storm's probably still going. This is a supercell right here. It's over towards Hamilton, Coryell, Lampus, and Mills County. This is the one I was looking at earlier. That's the warning I read off earlier. This thing will scroll already. Sheesh. This is in effect until 7 o'clock Central Time. This is a severe thunderstorm 11 miles west of Goldthwaite? Or 24 miles northeast of San Saba, moving east at 35 miles an hour. I don't know how well I pronounced that name. I hope I didn't butcher it. If I did, Let me have it in the chat. Just go ahead and let me have it. Be sure to correct me. But this also has a little bit of a feature that might lead me to think that maybe down the line here, this has potential to produce a tornado here. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and first get a scope on the tornado warning. And then we'll go over to who's next here. Buffalo, it definitely looks like you're the next in line for the storm. This might pass just north of you. Yeah. Odds are they're probably not watching, though, so it's okay. They have their own lives to tend to, and I'm not going to slander them for that. Or maybe, like I said, I really think it's them having to switch over to a different station. And I guess each station has its own jurisdiction. I know there's a certain area that each one covers. So, in reality, I guess they're trying to figure that out. That's my best guess. Or at the very least, that's what I'd like to think. All right, so this is moving at 30. We can actually go ahead and take a look at who's next in line here. Buffalo. I think this is going to go just north of the heart of town here, but you have 15 minutes before the storm arrives, and then Oakwood towards the top of the next hour. This could be on you guys. This tornado has been holding up, though. Refresh the chat here. It feels like it's almost going backwards on here. A moment. Okay, so I can't see what's going on with my chat right now. That's crazy. Oh, wait, never mind. There it is. All right, so now we got that fixed. These are the towns in the path of the, okay, there it is, finally. I wonder which station that was that's issuing this tornado warning here. I know, like I said, I know we're towards the edge of this radar site and probably heading to heading into maybe a new station. So they've downgraded this now. This is now a radar indicated tornado. This is for Anderson, Leon, and Freestone counties in Texas here. This is the Fort Worth radar now that's issuing this one. Best visual I've had of this tornado is more so towards the Austin site, though. I'm gonna guess the station that more so is in Fort Worth, but I guess with their radar, maybe they might have been having a hard time. But they should have access to the Austin radar here. It's a pretty good radar. It seems like it's a NexRad. Okay. So we've gone over who's next in line for this storm here. Okay, so there's still a rotating funnel cloud that was spotted northwest of Buffalo a few minutes ago, about 10 minutes ago. Okay. All right, so now we finally got that all straightened out. They just reissued this one. That's all this is. This is just outside of Buffalo here. It's the same storm. They just finally got a reissue on this tornado warning. Storm's definitely still rotating. But I was just wondering what was taking them so long to issue it, because I didn't see any reason why that wouldn't warrant a reissue. Here's this storm over here. I'm going to move this out of the way. This is over towards Gatesville. I've been watching this for a little bit. Yeah, they put a new polygon out for that same storm. That's exactly what it is. But yeah, it's pretty much the same storm. But yeah, it's still spinning. It is still spinning. And then this storm over here, I've been watching this for a bit. I'm not so keen on this having a big tornado threat with it now. There was a chance that I was thinking that this could produce, but turns out that inflow is kind of closed up here. This might end up going outflow dominant and more so producing hail and damaging winds. We haven't taken a broad scope view of everything. That's interesting, actually, though. We do have one severe storm here towards Walnut Springs. With the polygon here is actually pointed towards the southeast. It's interesting motion there. This storm does look like it's getting organized, too. So let's look at Walnut Springs real quick while we're looking at this tornado, while we're still keeping an eye on the tornado warning. Looks like it's trying to get organized. Somewhere between Walnut Springs and Edero. We'll have to watch this. This does have a ping pong ball sized hail. Or not ping pong ball. This actually has a $50 sized hail. I'll have to keep an eye on that. And like I said, this is looking like it's moving in a southeasterly direction. I wonder if that's influenced partially by the dry line that's with this setup here. It's moving east, 35 miles an hour. Why would they put that polygon in that direction? That's odd. It's very odd. So we'll keep an eye on this storm and see if whether or not this will end up maybe yielding another tornado warning. But we're going to go back to our tornado warned storm here. This does look like it's trying to get itself together, though. This storm still looks like it's able to go for a good bit longer here. Look at the velocity product here, and we'll see what's going on with this. Radar sight's starting to get a little bit messy, but I still see rotation with this here. This looks like it's an older scan, though. Well, no, it's a proper one. But it is looking a little bit more messy with this look here. But towards Buffalo, definitely still seems like that's a point of interest. While we're at it, we might as well take a look at this storm here, too. A little shear line with this storm right here. Nothing that indicates anything tornadic just yet, but this could eventually go at some point. So we're going to be watching this storm over here that's towards Gatesville. And I'm also interested in seeing what this storm has going on with it. Very weak rotation with this, but something to keep in. Hold on a second, maybe not. Interesting little feature right there. We'll keep an eye on that too. It's a tiny little pocket there where that green and the red is together. And it's in a weird spot though, so it's kind of hard to just latch on to that. Still have to watch these severe thunderstorm warnings over here towards the north. There's one that's just north of Tyler, by the way. This is just outside our radar range right now. Might have to switch over to Fort Worth really quickly and get a look at that. Okay, starting to load here. We're starting to get back into the action. Yeah, it was a lot. Yeah, we went to a larger scan here. Because I mean, even though it's only within one state, really, it's still a lot of ground to cover here. You gonna head out, Wyatt? All right, man. Appreciate you stopping by, man. Have a good night, buddy. Well, looks like it's just you and me for right now, Alice. Okay. So all these storms over here look like they're mainly going to be hailers, and there is a chance for damaging ones with this. This one that's over towards Tyler has a lot of hail potential with it. This does have a tornado possible tag, though, so we do need to keep an eye on it. But I do think this is pretty much outflow dominant. We'll actually go ahead and take a look at the velocity here just to be sure. I hear you. If this wasn't going on, I actually was going to be playing Apex with some of my buddies, but it was not meant to be. I needed to be here. Let's get on the edge of this radar site here. Probably going to start moving over towards the Shreveport or maybe the Alexandria radar sites in just a minute here. We're having a hard time getting a good visual on these storms on radar. Or getting a good look at these storms on radar. Oh, I play on PlayStation. I play on PlayStation. I haven't played in a while though. So I'm pretty messed up on games right now. I've been so busy with this that it's been hard to keep up with it all. This storm over here does look like it's trying to do a little something here. We're going to keep an eye on this. This could get a tornado warning in a bit here. I can do that. That I can do. Yeah, it's still spinning over here towards Buffalo. Everything's towards the edge in this radar site. So we're probably going to be moving more so out of Texas in a little bit here. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're getting towards the edge of this radar site completely now. We're not going to be able to keep up with this storm for too much longer. That's pretty crazy on the sheer look right there. Okay, it's leveled itself out. I don't know why it's been doing that the last few scans. It's left me kind of confused. I'm like, wait, what's going on here with this thing? But yeah, we're getting a little bit further away from the radar here. Give me 1 second, Alice. I got you. Give me a second here with that real quick. I'll be right back. I need to get some more water. All right, we're back in action here. Okay, so still have our tornado warning at the moment. No new developments beyond that. I'm gonna check and see if that tornado watch got issued yet by Storm Prediction Center. Yep, they just issued a new tornado watch, by the way, folks. To the 5 people watching. But the new tornado watch, we're going to load this up in just a moment. Once my screen can update here. Get this out of the way and we'll get this out of the way real quick. We're gonna have to switch radar sites in just a minute. We're definitely gonna have to switch radar sites though, because I'm not getting any good picture anymore. Yeah, it's getting pretty wacky right now. I don't like how it keeps doing that. Yeah, these radar sites are out. So yeah, we're gonna just stick with Austin from here on. These storms up to the north don't look like they're gonna be too threatening at the moment, so we're not going to be so concerned about them. We're just mainly going to focus in on this tornado warning because that's the greatest threat we have right now. To fire up my PlayStation really quickly too while I was at it, because I just realized that the last time the power went out I never turned it back on, and that kind of screwed us up here. So now I gotta sign in to PlayStation Network, it looks like, while I'm at it. Oh, that's because we're doing a software update. Should be good then. Oh, by the way, Alice, you didn't tell me what games you play either. You know, I'd be happy to play sometime when I have time. Probably should start playing every once in a while again, just to kind of unwind from everything. Still looks like it has a decent bit of rotation with it, but it doesn't look as impressive as before. Getting towards the outer edge of this radar site here. Maybe we'll try the Galveston radar site and see if we have any better luck. Might be on our way to a radar hole here. I remember there being talk about there one being around this region. So we'll try the Galveston site, and then from there we'll see what we get out of that. I think we'll be a little bit out of range though. If the Galveston site will even load. Yeah, it looks like I might be having a little bit of trouble here. Okay, so here, alright, while we're at it, we can probably switch over to the new tornado watch here. Oops. So the new tornado watch 111 issued for a lot of the same areas we were just talking about here. Lufkin, Tyler, Shreveport. This is just to the north of Alexandria here. And this is staying outside of Arkansas. So anyone in these regions here, you are in a tornado watch until 1 a.m. Central Time. Switch back over to Radar Omega this time. This time I remembered. This time I made sure to remember. Still not switched over to the Galveston radar site, which is probably okay because we probably will be out of range anyway. Let's see if maybe the Shreveport site will be a little bit better. Okay, finally we got that radar uploaded. Yep, this is still spinning. We're just on the edge of the radar site too, though. Still spinning pretty strongly, though. So this draws closer to the radar site, though. We'll probably see a little bit of a little bit better definition here. We'll see what this next scan ends up yielding here. A lot of the top storm chasers don't seem to be on these storms tonight, which is a little bit of a bummer, but with our latency being what it is, we probably aren't going to be able to get too much in the way of live feeds anyway tonight. Looks like we still got some people here. Still waiting on this next scan to come in. With this radar being so far away, it's still going to be kind of hard to see what's going on with this storm, but with the way things are with that other radar, it's not that much better. All right. PlayStation Network is starting to load up finally. There's a new scan coming on this yet. Seems like it's been forever. Wait, it just came in 1 minute ago. This storm is moving at 30 miles an hour, though. Still radar indicated. It's moving east at 35. Yeah, it's not moving that fast. I guess we can go ahead and check some of these storms out further off. That's a little bit closer to the radar site here. See a couple points where we could see some surges where we get maybe some damaging winds out of this. Probably going to go ahead and switch over to velocity for this one. That little sector right there, if it bows out a little bit more, we definitely are going to have to watch that for damaging wind potential. The storm over here towards Longview does have some pretty strong winds with it. It's almost has 2-inch hail with it too. There's a little pocket right here of rotation that I can see. Some pretty strong looking rotation at that. Who knows, that may yet yield a tornado warning over towards Kilgore and Longview. But this little pocket right here where we're getting up to about 50 to 60 miles an hour here, we'll have to watch that too. Still have one tornado warning in effect right now. Just one tornado warning. Trying to wait for the next scan to come in here so that way we can maybe get a better look at this radar here, because it's not like I'm getting a good look from any of them right now. It's like it's in a really small radar hole, but the storm's moving so slow that it's taking a while. Okay. It's an interesting little pocket that I see right there, but I think that might be a little bit of radar noise because we're getting closer to the radar site. Yep, that's exactly what that is. So here's a new scan. Still looks like that storm has some rotation ongoing. It just doesn't look that impressive. Well, it still does look a little bit impressive, but it just doesn't look so clear. Just being in these little limbo situations with the radar holes doesn't make things easy by any stretch of the imagination. It was apparently enough to extend that tornado warning a little further. The hail threat's starting to diminish, though, which is a little surprising. So we'll look at the new tornado warning here. This is Houston County in southeastern Texas until 7:15, so 30 minutes for this tornado warning here. And this storm does have a history of producing tornadoes. 10 miles east of Buffalo, 20 miles southeast of Fairfield, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Main hazard with this is tornado. So radar indicated rotation still. Grapeland looks like you will be at the edge of this warning by 7:15. We'll go ahead and take a quick look at this scan here. I'm going to guess with the new warning, it's probably going to be somewhere around there. I think the best way to look at this is probably going to be through reflectivity for a while. Velocity is going to probably be a little bit hazy for a bit. Uh-oh. Yeah, it still looks like it's pretty impressive on radar, but of course we're at the edge of that radar. We're in like this the smallest of radar holes, it seems like. Error has occurred. Cannot load. Why is it doing that? Out here trying to multitask only for this computer and my game system to both be acting out right now. It's lovely. Jeez. Okay, so looking at this storm over here towards Longview, nothing really going there. Well, hang on a minute though. That's an interesting little feature right there. We're going to keep an eye on this little feature here, too. While we're waiting to see what that storm over towards Buffalo is doing. Buffalo, Texas, I should say. Might have to watch the storm over here towards Kilgore, because that's an interesting little feature that's popped up right there. That, and then there's this little feature right here where the storm could be packing some damaging winds along with it. Then, of course, there's hail with this one. It's probably about to head right into the heart of Longview. Then between Kilgore and Lakeport, there could be a part of the storm that might be trying to rotate here based off this little inflow notch here we see on reflectivity. All right, I think we got it working now. But all right. All right. Let's see if we can get this to work now. Seems like everything on my screen does not want to move. Okay, yeah, that looks like it's trying to do a little something right here. There is some weak rotation there, so this still probably will have a tornado possible tag as this severe thunderstorm warning gets extended off to the east here. We'll look and see who's could be out ahead of this rotating part of the storm here. Rotation still looks relatively weak though. Could be enough to eventually issue a tornado warning on it though. Maybe. Look at this one more time here. 40 miles an hour. That next scan looks a little bit more impressive here. This is going to be going just north of Lakeport here. So the next town that's in line here looks to be Estates, and you have 4 minutes before that comes in. Probably could extend this out a bit more. Uh-oh. Going a little too far. Trying to get this to extend outward. There we go. So in the long term for this area, we could see a few more towns getting involved in here. No? Looks like it's a lightly populated area, thankfully. So now, we'll go back to the tornado warning storm. Maybe this will be in a better spot now to where we can get a good look at it on radar. Kind of leaning still towards having a hard time with it, considering how slow these storms are moving. It's nothing compared to some of the storms that we were seeing on Friday where they were moving about 55 miles per hour plus. He's moving at a little bit more normal speed. These can be outran on the road if you know what you're doing. Still looks like we got some pretty good scans here. Still plenty of good wind shear with this. Nearly 100 miles an hour going towards the radar at this point here. Actually, it is about 100 miles an hour going towards the radar. A lot of strong inflow in particular that I've noted with this storm. The outflow is there. There is outflow there, though. So, still pretty dangerous. Don't know for sure whether or not it's producing, but it is something to keep a close eye on. As we get closer to the radar site, this is going to become a much easier storm to look at. But right now, it's still a little bit on the hazy side. By the way, Kat, I got you on there finally. I was kind of struggling with it, but I got you. Alright, now that we got a good look at the storm now, we can kind of keep going from here. do think that tornado warning is a little bit further to the south than what we were expecting here. So the reflectivity of this storm doesn't look quite as impressive as before, though, either. So it's So this is pretty interesting here. Of course, we aren't getting as clear of a picture as we are with this storm here. Ooh, this storm does look like it's trying to tighten up a bit. Maybe on the south side of this, we could get a quick spin up. Rotation still seems like it's going to be pretty broad if I look at the reflectivity on this right now. Okay, there we go. Finally got the reflectivity back up. It's like it's trying to tighten up, but it's just not there yet. But of course, we're going to keep a close eye on it as this passes through Lakeport and heads towards Estes. I think we just looked at this storm too. I think that just kind of foobarred that one a little bit. Go ahead and look at this scan here and see who could be in line for this tornado warning, for this tornado warned storm here. Do see a bit of lightning, so there is potential that this could still be trying to reorganize here, because it has cycled a couple of times, produced at least one tornado and of course a funnel cloud as well. It's moving at 35 miles an hour. So this is a relatively more populated area than what we're seeing with that windstorm up there towards Estes. But Elkhart looks like is in line for this storm within the next 20 minutes. Salmon at 8:26. Slocum at 8:31 Central. Mound City at 8:35. Priscilla 8:36, Augusta 8:33 or 8:43, excuse me, and then Wetches at 8:53. So if you happen to be in one of these areas, even though there's not a tornado warning issue for you just yet, keep a close eye on this because the conditions are likely to change very quickly. Oops. All right. It's interesting that they got a severe thunderstorm warning issued more so towards the south with this Longview storm now. Still has a tornado possible tag on it. We'll go ahead and see who's next in line here. That section of the storm, they have that moving off further to the southeast now. But Harrison County, Panola, Rusk, Gregg. Trying to get this to scroll down. All of you are now under severe thunderstorm warning until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So you have another hour to go to deal with this storm. Have a severe thunderstorm located 7 miles southeast of Longview, moving at 45 miles an hour. Golf ball size hail has been reported in South Longview. This also has a tornado possible tag on it, along with the potential for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. So, Longview, Carthage, Hallsville, Tatum, Beckville, DeBerry, Elysian Fields, Lakeport, Easton, Front, Monroe, Darko, Stewart, Midyett, and Chalk Hill and Deadwood. Make sure you are getting inside and into your safe spot, just in case this tries to produce a tornado. And it looks like they've reissued this tornado warning and have extended it further off to the north and east now, because it did take a little bit of a jog to the left here. So the new tornado warning is now for Leon and Anderson County in central Texas. This is going to be in effect most likely until 7:45 Central Time. So this storm has been capable of producing a tornado for quite a while now. Now we have quarter-size hail back in the equation. This storm is starting to ramp back up. Storm's moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So we just went over some of the towns that could be in line here. Elkhart, you could be involved within the next 20 minutes. We talked about some of the other areas over here, so we'll be watching you extra close. These are the main two storms that I've been watching here. When I look at the severe thunderstorm, hold on a minute, a third one. This is towards Houston County, Texas. We have a tornado warning there now. It's over towards Bosque Hill County. That's interesting. It's a new development. I think this is the same storm, though, actually. All right, so let's go ahead and shift over to the new tornado warning that we see here. Thought this was in Houston County. Okay, so this is Bosque Hill County that we need to be looking at now. Still 6 viewers in here. Appreciate you guys being here. It's been a long stream so far. Still plenty more to go. Looks like. And this is really, like I said earlier in the stream, a prelude to what we could be seeing on Tuesday here. So we've been live for 4 hours, I think now. Always appreciate you being here, Alice. This has got a nasty little couplet, and so does this one to the south of it towards Colleen here. This is back over towards Waco where we were seeing some action earlier. So it looks like we weren't done just yet across this region. Dry line should be moving through soon with this this system though, so I think after this one we might be done. We'll see what happens with that. Dry line might end up being stationary too, so that could become a thing later. So we'll go to reflectivity and get a better look at this storm. Because we can clearly see that there are a couple of velocity couplets with this. This does have a decent little hook to it, and this is just over meridian right now. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. And again, this is for Bosque and Hill counties in Texas. It's radar indicated rotation of in effect until 7:45 Central Time. This is moving to the southeast at 30 miles an hour with half dollar size hail along with the threat of a tornado. I'm trying. It's definitely a lot easier than the other night where we were just all over the place. I don't know why I just zoomed in there. Didn't mean to do that. But we're going to scroll out just a little bit so that way we can get a good look at who's next in line for this dangerous storm here. All right, so let's go ahead and quickly click over this region right here. Okay, so the next towns in line will be Womack at 8:22. So that is 16 minutes from now. Laguana Park at 8:31. So you have about 25 minutes there, and then Smith's Bend, at 8:40. So if you guys are in the path of this storm, make sure you are taking shelter. You guys are all in this tornado warning, by the way. So make sure you are taking shelter. While I'm at it, send a link to some people to keep the views up. A little bit laggy over the last couple of minutes. I'm also checking the Storm Prediction Center to see what else they might have going on with these mesoscale discussions. I don't expect too much to be going on right now beyond what we've already seen. Just give me just a minute here. Try and see if we got more people. We can get some more people in here. So no new mesoscale discussions, by the way. Anyone wondering? We'll get this out the way and go back to that other tornado warning. Let's see what radar site this will take us to. Oh, that last scan looks pretty impressive. I might not want to get away from this one just yet. This looks like it's really starting to ramp up now. Shoot, I'm trying to share this. Okay. Still far from finished here. It's got a good couplet to it in this last scan here. But now we're going to go back to that storm over towards the Texas-Louisiana line now. The one that's still been hanging around over towards Buffalo here. Oh, we still got a little bit of a scan with it. It still looks pretty daggone impressive on radar. Not quite as clear, but still definitely something rotating there. This is actually the best that it's looked in a while. Let's go ahead and go to a high res real quick. Reflectivity. Doesn't quite look as good on reflectivity though, but there's still definitely some rotation in there from velocity for sure. So this storm actually isn't too far behind here, but so we actually will have a look at these on the same radar site, which is nice. Definitely a far cry from what we were dealing with on Friday here, for sure. Things are still relatively been a little bit slow. Oh, okay. So anyone in Colleen, you need to be watching out now, because it looks like this storm might be trying to produce. This storm has a nasty little appendage to it now, so we'll have to keep an eye on you guys. Could be a new tornado warning coming here shortly. It's moving towards the southeast here. We're gonna look and see who could be in line for this dangerous storm. Oh yeah, that's gonna probably become tornado warn. That next scan looks pretty impressive. This isn't gonna work with me, is it? Get the storm motion real quick before we do that again. This, by the way, this is a severe thunderstorm warning over towards Coryell and Bell counties. This is moving towards the southeast now. It's a recent little bit of a change here. A lot of these storms have been moving in a northeasterly and east component, but now we're starting to see this shifting towards the southeast. Interesting kind of setup taking place here. This is moving to the southeast at 25 miles an hour. It's pretty slow. Okay, let's open this cone here. Trying to get this cone to open, and it does not look like it wants to do so, which is really irritating. I think I'm lagging just a little bit. That might be a part of the problem. Wait, hang on. I think we might have it here. It's not. Well, I don't know why this thing isn't working now. I'll try one more time, but after that, we're probably not gonna be able to pull the scan up yet. We are having some real trouble with this here. Okay, finally. Okay, so Fort Hood actually is in the path of this storm here, by the way. So we have 6 minutes before this potentially rotating part of the storm might be heading towards there. McNair Village 824, as well as Chafe Village. Then down the line, we're looking at Nolanville, Westcliff, Belton, and Temple. So keep an eye on this storm here, because we could very well see a tornado warning with this. Okay, so now that that's, and this is a pretty largely populated area. This is over towards Temple, which is not a small town by any stretch of the imagination here. Again, we'll take a look at the velocity product. There is something there. It's not the most impressive thing I've ever seen, but there is something there to watch. A couple of points of rotation, actually. Now, this storm over to the north, however, a lot more impressive. Now it wants to work. That's funny. Hola, Jay. ¿Cómo estás? I'm still not great with Spanish yet, so you still gotta bear with me. I'm brushing it off slowly but surely, though, man. Slowly but surely. Okay. It does look like this rotation isn't quite as impressive as the last scan. We'll put in a loop just to make sure. I don't think we had as strong of a couplet as we did about a couple of scans ago. No, it actually looks like it might be on a little bit of an uptrend. Kind of hard to say right now. You can also go with the correlation coefficient here. Looks like there's no CC drop at the moment, though, so this does not look like it's immediately down yet, which is good news. We'll see if this ends up continuing to be the case. Oh, I keep on double clicking, and that's when I start zooming in. The storm still looks minorly impressive, but this might not hold up for too much longer, though. I do see a storm forming right behind it that could end up having some potential down the line. We'll have to keep an eye on that, too. On reflectivity, it doesn't look that impressive, but there still is a little pocket of rotation right up in here. This is just to the south of Elkhart and south of Palestine. This is gonna pass. This most likely is gonna pass in between Elkhart and Grapeland. But anyone on this this road right here between Elkhart and Grapeland, which would be Interstate 287, might want to take shelter here, because this storm is going to be on you within a matter of minutes. All right, so there are. Oh, we have new tornado warnings now. I think a lot of these are for the same storms. Oh, this is over towards Caddo, and this might have been the storm I've been watching earlier. We're on the edge of this radar site here. Yep, and this is the storm I was watching over towards Longview. It looks like it finally went over and started to rotate. Just enough now. So we're starting to pick up here. We are starting to pick up here. Switching over to the Shreveport site for this storm, then we're probably going to bounce back to the other one, to the previous radar site. Wish there was a back button you could go back to make things a little easier sometimes. But then again, sometimes that might mess you up when you're doing stuff like this too. So it's a balancing act. Screen protector just fell off my phone just now. That's not good. Just give me a moment. Alright, I think I got that fixed up now. This is on a shear line too. This could be partially due to the fact that we're getting really close to the radar site now, so it's going to be hard to pull this up the way we would like to. So maybe we could still be in radar range of Dallas and Fort Worth, but we'll have to see. But it's like the world's smallest radar hole, like right through here. There's still something there with this storm. Kind of hard to tell what's going on with this one, because we're pretty far outside of that radar ring, but we are getting velocity returns, which is helpful. But if we go to some of these sites down here, then we can't see it. So it's not making things easy for us. One more radar site might help, but we'd have to see what the county's local funding, the local tech, yeah. Getting into politics here is not my thing. Looking at my stream, I saw Ding Dong is in the middle of the sub count and the tip and the donation thing, or the tip counter right there. I don't know if you can see it or not. It's pretty funny. Put my phone on the charger while I'm at it too. And also I gotta figure out what the heck I'm gonna do for dinner here. Here goes, and here's the gripe I've had with Fort Worth's radar is when it starts doing this stuff right here. It'll do that for a minute, and then eventually it'll go back to normal, but it's like, what the heck? What's going on here? See? There we go. Still done that again. It's like the 4th time today I've had to deal with that. Alright, let's zoom out and keep things moving here. Still 5 tornado warnings right now. A multitude of severe thunderstorm warnings. So we have one more that has a tornado possible tag with it over towards Panola, Rusk, and Harrison counties in Texas. And this also has a golf ball. This has a little bit bigger than golf ball size hail now at this point. Maybe tennis ball size. So this is another one to keep a close eye on here. I didn't mean to put it into loop here, but it's a good example of how this storm is trending here. Storm looks like it's really starting to ramp up here again towards Grapeland. Pretty nasty look to it. If we had a better look at the radar, it'd be even better to look at that. But yeah, somewhere up in there, I think there could be another tornado down. Probably our best chance to look at the CC, though, because it might be a little less noisy. Let's hope that's the case, at least. Because we want to make sure that we know if something's down or not. It's a little messy right now, a little noisy. Just like it's probably noisy around where that storm is. It's kind of hard to say from this look alone. We're going to also go ahead and look at these other two tornado warnings, see if there's something down or not. The one towards Whitney, it looks like it's pretty noisy towards the base. And really the same with Colleen. But maybe with this one, we might see something. Let's go look at the reflectivity real quick. Somewhere up in there might be something to talk about. I don't know. Well, it's kind of hard to tell right now. You hate when you get this kind of radar noise because it just kind of makes you a lot less certain in a time where you really would prefer to be certain. Just hard to say right now. We'll go ahead and look towards the Buffalo storm as well, and we're pretty much seeing the same thing. It's kind of hard to tell anything from the CC here. It's kind of rendered almost useless. Hang on a minute, though. This does look a little bit sus over here towards the south of Whitney here. There might be something down here on State Route 20 or on State Highway 22 here. The drop is in an interesting spot. It's in an interesting shape, but it's just really noisy to the south of it too, which makes it really hard. Excuse me. It makes it really hard to read it. Storm's looking a little less impressive on the reflectivity right now. It could be cycling. The Buffalo storm did the exact same thing before. It would end up producing a tornado that was confirmed by storm spotters. So, just because we can't definitively see anything yet does not mean nothing's down. So, if you happen to be in this tornado warning, make sure you are taking shelter, because this situation could evolve very quickly, as we've already seen today. So we'll scroll up here and get a wide view of all of our storms here. This storm is still looking good. Still looking like it's pretty intense right here. It would not surprise me at all if this is producing another tornado too. Really, all three of these storms seem like they have good potential to produce, especially this one towards Colleen. Most likely those storms are all going to be rain wrapped though from the looks of it. And then here of course is our other tornado warning. It's over towards Shreveport here. That one looks like it could be a quick spin up and it could go away at any second too though. So a lot that we're still kind of balancing around here. Maybe there might be some, I smell some food. Let's see if there's anything I can eat real quick. I will be right back. All right, we're back. So we have some food in the oven right now. We're cooking some pizza, keeping it pretty simple tonight. Still really interested in what this storm can do right here. Just hate that we're in a spot where we're getting kind of far from the radar, almost a little too far, where we're seeing higher up into the storm. But these storms right here are in a good spot for this radar. Man, that is ridiculous tail return right there. I do think this might be producing a tornado. It's kind of hard to say still, but I think with the way these reflectivity scans and the velocity scans that we're getting here, this could be producing a tornado, maybe even a big one. But again, when we look at the CC, it's just kind of hard to see what's going on. It's just a lot of noise. And then on top of that, we're so far from the radar too. So this has to be a pretty strong storm to be producing a good bit of pretty strong tornado to produce the debris that we would need in order for a good drop to show up, which isn't really good, if you know what I'm saying. Plug up my phone while I'm at it here. Still from the CC drop here, it doesn't look like there's really a lot to go with. Okay, so we're gonna switch back to those other two storms and maybe see if we can find something there. Still having a hard time with that finding anything here though, to be honest. I think the one towards Colleen especially looks kind of suspicious here. Like, it's a lot of noise up to the north, but to the south here, it's an interesting shape that I keep seeing that pops on and off between scans here. It's just kind of hard to figure it out whether or not this thing is down or not. I would not be surprised based off the reflectivity here and the velocity if this is down. Reflectivity scan the not the reflectivity but the velocity scan looks like there could be something here. It looks like there is something here, but again, it just looks kind of messy. I mean, we're starting to get pretty far from the radar, so again, it's just kind of getting messy. And then trying to look at this storm here gets difficult because we can't look at the Shreveport radar. It's too close to it. Looks like they're going with a new severe thunderstorm warning with that storm that's over towards Palestine, Texas. I'm going to switch over to the Shreveport radar. Maybe we can get a good look at it. I think it might be just outside the range. Yep, that one's just outside the range, but we might be able to still see it. Yeah, it doesn't look great, though. It doesn't look ideal. It still looks like it's rotating. Oh, hi, Muki. How are you doing, man? Hopefully you're safe. Hopefully you're not in the path of these storms if you are. Hopefully you're doing what you need to be safe, my friend. Still seeing some storms, some shear line points right here. Like this point here looks really interesting. Still a radar indicated tornado right here. It's the first really good look that we've had on this. And then we have this little point of rotation here over towards Marshall as well. Or over towards the east of Marshall, I should say. Marshall, Texas itself, not an issue. The storm is past you at this point. Go ahead and check the CC drop real quick, and we'll go from there. Then we'll go back to the storms that are over towards Texas now. Surprising how slow some of these storms are moving now. Yeah, I don't really see anything on the correlation here that says that this is maybe on the ground. This thing doesn't want to work with me. Okay, here we go. So looking at this storm over here towards Grapeland, still hard to see if there's anything down. They extended a severe thunderstorm warning for this. Does this have tornado possible tag on it? No, it does not. Now, if we look at the reflectivity and we still see a hook there, odds are this is not finished yet with its tornado potential. We're right outside the radar site, though. Well, we're right outside the true radar ring here. But there is something there. We can see it, kind of. The velocity does kind of show something, but it's kind of hard to tell. We're so far from the radar that we're having trouble picking up on it. And, of course, there's those two further back towards Texas that have a tornado warning with it. We're going to try this report site and see if maybe we could use that to pick up on this storm here. We'll try and switch over to reflectivity here if we can. Nope, that didn't do anything good for us. Wait. Yeah, it kind of did. This doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier. So I think maybe we might be seeing this tornado warning expire for a bit here. Still a little bit of a area that I would be concerned with through here. We'll go back to velocity and just verify whether or not we should be concerned with it here, but Again, I do see a little bit of a downtrend here with this storm, which is good news because this did produce a tornado earlier over towards Buffalo, Texas. There's still a couplet there, but I'm leaning more so towards damaging winds than a tornado at this point. This could, of course, cycle again and maybe produce another tornado warning down the line. We'll have to watch it. But I think in the meantime, they may allow these tornado warnings to expire. But we'll have to see what the next couple scans end up showing us here. So meanwhile, while we're dealing with that, let's go ahead and look at these next two storms over here towards Killeen and this one that's over towards West, the city of West, Texas. Heavy thunderstorms over Shreveport right now. Almost 5 hours in now. Probably got a couple more to go till the severe threat really starts to decrease here. We'll look at the we got a new meso discussion, by the way. It was actually about 20 minutes old. We'll go ahead and take a look at it though. About to switch over screens for just a second here so I can show you what I've found here. Dang, the radar isn't loading, huh? Give that just a second here. But here is the new mesoscale discussion here. So the threat for all severe hazards, including tornadoes and very large hail, continues, and there's even a hatched risk area. So, and the greatest area of near-term tornado risk is actually over towards where we're seeing those two cells near Colleen and towards west. So we're keeping a close eye on these areas here. If you happen to be in Tornado Watch 110, keep a close eye on the weather over the course of the next couple hours. Over the next hour, really, or so. I think after that, our severe threat's going to start to decrease. Still looks like there's plenty of good dew points and surface temperatures out ahead of these storms here to the south of Dallas here. Keep an extra close eye on that. So it looks like one of those tornado warnings might have just expired here. And that was the storm that was out towards west. Maybe it got reissued. In fact, I think it is going to be reissued because there's actually a pretty strong TVS right here. Yeah, look at that. The way those greens and reds are touching, they're going to reissue that. Right here is okay. See, this is the thing with that Dallas radar today, man. It's been just doing this the entire time. It's so irritating. This kind of almost just like kind of whacks out completely. But yeah, you can clearly see the couplet right here, plain as day. So there's going to be a new tornado warning on this in just a minute. But look at that. That's pretty strong, actually, if you were to ask me. And then, of course, we have this cell down here. Still has a pretty good couplet on it as well. I'm going to try to switch to a different radar site here as well in just a minute, if I can. Maybe see if we can't get a better view of it. Because the Fort Worth radar is okay whenever it stops acting crazy like it does at the beginning of every new scan. But as far as the CC drops go, I'm still not getting too much luck with clarity on that. I wouldn't be surprised if one of these two wasn't down. Especially this storm that's off towards west. But I don't see anything that clarifies whether or not that is the case or not. The storm towards west, though, is intensifying pretty rapidly. Let's go back to velocity here, and we'll scope out who's in line for that storm. Especially since there's no polygon on my screen right now, which I just find really odd for a storm that's rotating that strongly. Last time I checked, this was moving off towards the south and east a bit. So this would pass just to the south of west and maybe go over Leroy here. So we'll put this at 30 miles an hour for right now. So the next areas in line for the storms will be Smith's Bend. You have 10 minutes Rogers Hill, you have right towards a little after the top of the hour here. The first quarter of the hour, this will be heading towards Wiggins. West, this is going to pass to your south, but you could see, but if this does change course a little bit, 922 would be the time for you guys. Elmont, 927. Tours at 929. Leroy at 932. Probably a new tornado warning might be issued for this soon. Should be. And then Hohen at 935. So there is about 3,000 plus people in the path of this storm. So all of you should probably watch out and take shelter, because more than likely, I don't see how they won't issue a new tornado warning for this. If they don't, then I honestly do kind of have a small problem with that then. Well, not a problem. I do have a problem with it, and that's not just some tiny problem. I have a real problem with that. So that being said, we're up to 7 viewers again. So today, we have been tracking a severe weather event across Texas here. The threat has mainly been for large hail, and there's been plenty of large hailstorms so far, but there has been a tornado threat ongoing here, and I have not shifted the screen back towards radar Omega again. Good grief. But we do have some pretty gnarly storms going on right now. And there's old radar Omega doing the same old thing again. 2 viewers. What's going on here? Okay. I'm surprised that this has not gotten a new tornado warning yet. That is it. Not good. Not good at all. How is there not a tornado warning on this? I find that kind of wild. Dang it. So we're only down to 2 tornado warnings at this time now. And it's for the storm that's in Louisiana area that's radar indicated, and then, of course, this one that's in Bell counties for Texas. Outside of that, we have a multitude of severe thunderstorm warnings. Whoa, there we go. We finally got one with baseball-sized hail here. We'll look at Panola, Texas in just a minute now, because this is getting pretty significant with this. Man, that's some huge hail. And this is just south of the storm that has the tornado warning. That's just passing to the north of Shreveport here. Shreveport looks like you are possibly going to be in that tornado warning, or maybe just on the south end of it. Got Dallas in another severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. So plenty of activity going on here. So we're shifting over to the Shreveport radar until we figure out what the heck is going on with that storm over towards west. I don't know why there isn't a tornado warning on it, and find it kind of crazy. But we'll see what Fort Worth's got going on. But it looks like they have radar issues anyway, so it doesn't surprise me that maybe somehow they're not able to get anything off on the tornado warnings. That sounded funny. That didn't sound bad at all. Let's go to reflectivity here and wait for this to load, hopefully. Dang, only down to 2 viewers. Okay. So for whatever reason, now that we're at reflectivity, we're showing velocities again. I think this might be more so my computer than anything else right now. Still find it interesting. Okay, there we go. But we are so close to the radar now. I don't think I can really see what's going on with this storm. I think this new severe thunderstorm warning has the hail with it now. We've dropped down to golf ball size or tennis ball size hail again, but earlier this was golf ball size from the looks of it. I think this still has a tornado possible tag on it. No, it doesn't. But still, hail is the main threat here. Still no new tornado warning, despite that rotation couplet. Find that crazy. Like, I don't know what is going on here. There is a notable rotation couplet over towards west. And somehow that storm does not have a tornado warning on it. Like, that's honestly kind of mind-blowing to me at this time. I mean, it is clearly spinning. I hate to be critical of anyone at the National Weather Service, especially out in this area, because most of these guys out here are usually pretty seasoned because they've seen plenty of storms out here. Storms out here are a dime a dozen. Yet, I've been studying for a minute, and I can clearly tell that storm is rotating. I mean, anyone that's been looking at radars for a long time can easily tell you that kind of couplet, like what we were seeing over towards west, is rotating pretty well. So I would say that would at least warrant a tornado warning. Forgive me if I'm reaching much, but this is a little bit disappointing. Storm still looks like it's almost it has that supercellular look just on reflectivity. Has the hook echo. I just don't understand. I mean, let's go ahead and look at velocity again, but I'm pretty sure this is trying to produce a tornado. I mean, I guess we're just waiting to see if there's going to be a CC drop here. I mean, again, look at this couplet. Red and the green are touching, and their colors are actually getting brighter. I've seen tornado warnings called for much less than this, if anything. Yeah, there's gate to gate here of almost 55 miles an hour at the very least. Yet somehow, no tornado warning. That's kind of crazy. Why? I just don't understand why they're not calling it. So I'm just going to say that. So while normally I don't like to do this, I would say that this is likely a storm that has the potential to produce a tornado despite there being no tornado warning. This was moving off to the south and east from the last I remember here. We're going to go ahead and put this in a loop here. And we're going to see who's next in line. I know I don't have a lot of people watching my stream, but daggone it, we're going to do what we can to get this warning out. So my loop is starting to finally come in. I know it's taking its sweet time. Still moving in a southeasterly component. Or the storm still has a southeasterly component to it. So that means, simply put, anyone in... Come on, work with me here, please. Some areas that could be in the line of this dangerous storm that may be able to produce a tornado would be... Let's get this in here real quick. Again, Rogers Hill, you have 13 minutes Storm is moving pretty slow. So you have a chance here. Wiggins, you have 16 minutes. Then we have Ross, 9:18. Tours, 9:27. Leroy, 9:29. Then we have Hohen at 9:30 and Axtell at 9:38. So you need to watch out and maybe head to your safe place because for whatever reason, the storm has a pretty good velocity couplet here, and yet somehow we are not getting any sort of tornado warning with this from the National Weather Service, which is kind of crazy to me. I mean, it's very clear to me that it's rotating. It's very clear to me. And a lot of other meteorologists probably would be inclined to agree with this. But that's it right there. Yeah, there it is right there. I don't know what it will take for them to call a tornado warning on this. Is kind of disappointing to me. Meanwhile, while we're honing in on this, we still have another storm to the south here that had a tornado warning on it and still does. Oops. Get that off of the screen. And this is hanging just to the south of Temple here. This is headed towards Little River Academy. And this has a pretty solid little couplet on here, too. It also has some damaging wind potential as well. Go ahead and take a look at the correlation coefficient for this. Make sure that this isn't down either. This has a 70 mile per hour wind, which is reasonable for sure, but still looks like there could be a point where there could be some tornadic activity. And now they've allowed that warning to expire. Are they going to reissue? That looks interesting right there towards Belton. Is a little bit of a drop, but guess they're going to put the tornado possible tag with that. It's better than what they're doing with that other storm right now. Noisy little drop there, but there could have been something down there. Who knows? It's hard to say. Scroll out here, and it looks like there are no more tornado warnings right now. Just kind of keep a close eye on things from this point and see what happens next. Probably got another hour to go before the worst of this will probably be done. Taking a look at some of the mesoscale discussions here. Nothing new in particular going on. Wait, there's a brand new one that got issued about 10 minutes ago. Gonna switch over real quick. So this is mesoscale discussion 441 concerning the tornado watch over towards Texas and Louisiana line. Threat for large hail and tornadoes continues right along this warm front here. This is the best corridor here for potential significant hail. Tornado threat does look like it is starting to diminish. However, that storm towards west still looks like it's rotating pretty well, if you ask me, but I don't know. Either there's something I'm missing or I don't know. Switch back over real quick to Radar Omega. Maybe I might need to close out Radar Omega and refresh it. I don't know. Have some significant hail in Louisiana here now. Over towards Caddo, Bossier, Webster. Okay. This thing doesn't want to stay open. Guess we got to do things this way. This storm is right over the Shreveport radar site, so it's going to be a little harder to get a good picture of it. I'm going to switch over to the Alexandria radar site, actually, I think. I'm going to try to. I'm going to also get out of the CC here and go to reflectivity radar. Probably start getting a look at the vertically integrated liquid, or VIL, here soon. Okay, so we have this report site still on here still. We're going to have to wait a little longer for this to probably get fixed here and changed over to the Alexandria site. Probably going to end up doing a video a little later tonight before I go to bed, and that'll talk about the severe threat for tomorrow. It's probably going to be up a little late, but hey. I'm probably not going to have too much time to get up in the morning and do it as much as I want to. We'll see what happens there. Okay, we're at the Alexandria radar now. So here's our severe thunderstorm warning with our 2-inch hail. Storm looking pretty impressive on radar here. Some pretty nasty hail. It's probably either just gone through or just gone south of Shreveport here. All right. Ooh. Maxed out values here. Yep, we have just about maxed out values at this point. This goes up to about 80 kilograms per meters squared. And then this also has 70-mile-per-hour winds, so this could still do the same kind of damage as a small tornado, even without there being one on the ground. And it's a lot more widespread, too, so let's go ahead and look at velocity with this one, too. We're going to zoom in here and see what we can find. I don't really see any winds that are indicative of about 70 plus. Maybe it's on this side here. I don't know why it just did that. That was kind of odd. I mean, we're not on the outside of this radar circle. Let's go ahead and try and see if we can maybe look at it from Shreveport, but it's probably not going to be as accurate. Okay, so this is the surge of wind going out from that storm. There's some pretty strong winds still, but I don't think they're necessarily going at 70 now. Before they were looking probably a lot more impressive. But I think things have started to change with that now. Seems like there's still some pretty gusty winds off to the south of this storm here, but they're starting to lose a little bit of steam. Again, like I've mentioned earlier in the stream, one thing that we always will have to keep an eye on are these downdrafts and downbursts and microbursts. Considering the updrafts that we have from these storms that are producing this large hail. Probably another 30 to 45 minutes. We'll probably be calling it a night on here. So this is the biggest storm to watch right now. There's no tornado warnings at this point. Just going to leave it at that. And outside of that, we just have storms that are producing hail and damaging winds currently now. Well, scratch that. We do have one that still has a tornado possible tag, but it seems like these storms are not being are not quite as rooted to the surface as they were before. I knew it was going to be a small window, but it seems like we're starting to reach the end of it now. So again, probably within the next hour, we'll still see damaging winds throughout the course of the night periodically, but the tornado threat itself will start to really taper off here. Just kind of keep watching the storm until we see something of greater significance right now. There's still that storm that's over towards. I think this is the storm that we're watching. It looks mostly sheared out at this point, so I'm not too worried about this storm at this point. This is over towards Colleen. This had a tornado warning on it earlier, but it looks like it's about gone outflow dominant at this point. So no major concerns there. We'll probably actually go out of single radar site mode here, and we'll go with the multi-regional scan. Just kind of patrol more or less. The visibility with this one isn't quite as impressive, but or the resolution with this isn't quite as impressive, but with less severe storms, it's not really too much to worry about. Also, give me a look at some other parts of the country that I've kind of been almost neglecting in a way over the course of the last week. Because I mean, literally, the severe weather threat's pretty much taken over everything on my end, and I know some people. I have some viewers a little further up north. I feel like I should at least try to keep better track of what's going on up there. So let's get to the wide view here. So we'll go to the wide view, and then I guess after that, we'll maybe take a look at what's happening next. So it looks like we've got a little bit of atmospheric river conditions going out towards Seattle. Maybe a little bit of activity over here towards the northern coast of Cali here. Keep an eye on that. And then we do see I do see a little bit of a clipper system possibly heading up north, but we'll have to see what happens with that. Towards the Dakota seems to be the greatest point where snow seems to be possible. Gonna switch over to the winter weather scan here. Not much in the way of snow going on. Everything north of the border just about. Maybe in the higher elevations we get a little bit of snow, but outside of that, not much going on. Not much at all. I guess the next thing we'll do here is go over the hazards for tonight. I'm going to pull up the HRRR here momentarily. And go with that, and go from that point. So there's still 2 tornado watches. One is in effect until 11 p.m. Central Time, and then and this is towards Dallas. We'll start to see that getting trimmed back in a little bit here. In fact, we already are starting to. Oh, come on now. I'm waiting for this screen to load here. All right, so here's an overview from the Storm Prediction Center right now. If I can get it to work. Okay, there we go. So here's what we have going on right now. That tornado watch that's over towards north central Texas around Dallas is starting to get trimmed back, so we'll probably see that expire or be canceled soon. Then after that, we still have a tornado watch that's over towards Louisiana and parts of eastern Texas that's in effect until about 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Excuse me. But the tornado threat is starting to diminish rather quickly at this point. So we'll probably be on for till about maybe 9:45, 10 o'clock. I think unless something changes immediately, I think we're probably going to end up calling it a night here. In fact, Storm Prediction Center just downgraded this to a slight risk now. I still think there's going to be pretty good potential for hail throughout the night, but I think the worst of the hail threat is almost over now. Once we get these storms to clear through Lufkin and over towards Shreveport, we're going to probably see a real downtrend in severe activity. Not to say that nothing can happen still, but the worst of the threat's over at this point. And then the wind threat is already kind of dropping off too. So here's another look at the severe reports here. And then of course the video tomorrow will be more so over the marginal and enhanced risk for Tuesday. And maybe even the slight risk, the day 4 slight risk we have for Wednesday too. It's going to be an active start to the week, that's for sure. But at least after that point, things look like they're quieting down at the moment. Of course, I'll be monitoring to see if anything changes with that. For the most part, as far as severe reports are concerned, even though they aren't loading right now for whatever reason, we've only had 5 wind reports, 38 hail reports, and so far no tornado reports, even though there was a confirmed tornado over towards Buffalo, Texas earlier. Find that a little bit interesting. Could have been a couple of other tornado reports, but I don't know. Don't ask me. Don't shoot the messenger. I've had one significant hail report, and that's probably going to change. We're probably going to see a multitude, or one significant wind report. We're probably going to see at least a couple more. But there have been several significant hail reports. I think we'll see probably at least a few more before the night is out. And as far as tornadoes, there's that one over towards Buffalo. And we'll probably end up seeing that soon. If that doesn't get added on, I'm going to be surprised. But as a whole, the worst of the severe weather threat is almost over, really. We'll switch back over to Radar Omega and see what's going on in the large span picture here. And then we'll switch over to HRRR real quick and take a look at what could be left for tonight. We're starting to wrap up this stream here. We've been on for almost 6 hours today. 6 hours live. Feeling pretty good at this point too. Wasn't anywhere near as stressful as last Friday. So here's a look at the wide view. We know the severe weather situation going on over there. Still only a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings remaining. And we're starting to lose some of those numbers now as well. So now at this point, we're just going to switch over to the HRRR in just a minute here. And wrap this baby on up, I guess. Put a bow tie on it. Do a little bit of examining here. Yeah. Latest scans come in. So far, nothing really going with that. Here we are looking at the HRRR. Uh-oh. Looks like we lost Google Chrome for a second. Just give me a moment here. Daggone it. What the heck? Click on it, it goes away. All right, we're almost back up and running here. I don't know what the heck just happened. Find that really crazy. All right, we're back up and running now. I have no idea what just happened there. If anyone in the chat might have seen that, definitely let me know. And if you want, you can even clip that so I can have a good laugh later if I did something stupid. All right, let's try this again. Let's hope things go the right way. Because that just threw me off on all sorts of levels here. All right, so here is our time frame. We're just waiting on the model data to load in. And we're good to go now. So here's where our storms are right now across this region here. Over the course of the next few hours, we're going to see decreasing severe weather as we head, especially into about 10 o'clock. Worst of the storms are going to move to the north here, stay around northern Louisiana, and then from that point, maybe a couple of them might try to flare up towards the eastern half of Louisiana, but conditions by this point will be just about done in. So most of the instability that we had throughout the course of the evening is going to dissipate. Then from that point on, we won't have to worry about severe weather tonight. Maybe towards tomorrow afternoon, there may be a marginal risk over towards the southeast. Going to be plenty of showers and storms, but nothing to worry about for that day. Tuesday, however, will be a different story, as we probably will be going live again to cover the potential tornado outbreak that could be ongoing then. Could be 2 areas of bimodal severe weather, which includes the threat of some strong, maybe even violent tornadoes. So be sure to tune into that if you are still watching at this point. If so, I appreciate you being here. But I think we're just about done here, honestly. We'll take one more look at Radar Omega and look at the warnings. I'm going to switch that over in just a moment. All right. Still have our 2 tornado watches currently. We have only 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. One of them still has a tornado possible tag on it. We'll take one more look at it. This storm has been less impressive over the last few scans anyway, so I haven't been really concerned with it. So we'll look around and see if there's any need for us to take a look, to hang around a little bit longer. We'll switch to a single radar site here, just to make sure we get a good look at it. I think for the most part, though, the worst of our weather is indeed over. Look at this radar site. We're probably going to be a little close, but we should be able to see more than what we need to. Going to take us to a CC drop. We don't necessarily want that. So nothing on the CC drop. No surprises there. Switch over to the radar site here. Oh, still got a little hook to it. See what this does. Might hang out for a little bit longer if this actually does produce a tornado warning real quick. Go ahead and look at the velocity real quick. That's an interesting little picture right there. Now that's interesting. We're gonna have to watch that just for a little bit longer here. 'Cause that's got a good scan on it, but I thought the one towards West Texas, towards the city of West in Texas, had the same thing, and then they didn't issue a tornado warning or anything like that. So we'll see what happens. We will see what happens with this. But this will be the one that we're watching probably until the end of the stream here. Had to get something else to drink, and there we go. There it is. Tornado warning. We're going to be hanging out just for a little bit longer then. So this tornado warning that we have issued is for the counties of Milam until 9:15 Central Time. So we have a good 40 odd minutes for this tornado warning that's in effect now. It's a radar indicated tornado. It also has quarter size hail. And this is going to be heading towards Buckholz in the next 7 minutes, and Cameron by the top of the hour. We can also include Montevideo Silver City, Hayote, Valverde, and Pettibone. So if you happen to be in those areas, make sure you are taking shelter. Decent little this is a decent rotational couplet right here. I don't know how long it will last. As of right now, it looks healthy enough. This could strengthen a little bit. Jeez, I am having the weirdest pictures right now from my radar Omega, man. It's been acting so weird. Two points of rotation, though. There's one up in here. And then somewhere in here, there's another point of rotation. The one thing about this that leads me to think this may not last long is the fact that this rain-cooled air that's starting to wrap around may be wrapping around a little too quickly. And what will end up happening is it's going to close off this opening because this storm needs to breathe in order to feed into that mesocyclone that could produce a tornado. But if it pushes this rain inward, this could end up choking off the meso entirely. Because basically, well, I'm going to keep the blue color up for right now. Oops. Go back on that. But basically, this rain-cooled air that's behind the storm is wrapped around. This is how we got our rotation, but that warm air is also feeding in. I'm going to move that out the way here real quick for you. Oops, I didn't mean to X out, but essentially what we have going on here is the rain-cooled air might be trying to cut off this warm inflow area. All this open area is warmer air. This is inflow. This heads into the storm through this opening here. But what might happen, and this is just a theory of mine, this rain-cooled air is going to rush out a little too far ahead and cut this warm air off. And after this point, tornado potential of this storm is going to diminish. And that is really bad air on my part. I'm sorry. But that's essentially what we could have going on here with this tornado warning. It's the only tornado warning we have here, thankfully. So we'll see what happens with this. Let's go ahead and look at the couplet again. Jeez, Radar Omega, what the heck? I changed from multi-regional scan for 1 minute, and this is what happens. It already looks like we're starting to get outflow dominance already. Like you can even see it with these winds going towards the radar. You see how these greens are kind of pushing outward, and this little red area that will be winds going away from the radar is kind of getting choked off this way. It's a pretty good sign that this storm is about to be outflow dominant already. So this isn't going to be a tornado warning for too much longer. But this is what I was talking about though too. I was thinking that this storm would eventually go outflow dominant because we're in an environment now where storms are likely to be a little bit more elevated. And the threat of hail would start to become a little bit more prevalent. Still has potential to produce ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, which we actually could be starting to see here. Up toward the northernmost part of the storm where some of the rotation is. But somewhere within that notch there could still be a quick spin up. So if you happen to be in the path of this, go on and get into your safe spots. That's the best thing you can do right now. And by the way, this is moving to the southeast, by the way. At about 30 miles an hour, if I remember reading things correctly. Latest scan kind of messed that up. Again, this is for Milan County, by the way. This is moving at 25 miles an hour, actually. So some towns that could be in line. Buckholz, again, 11 minutes. Pettibone, 18 minutes. Cameron towards the top of the hour at 10:10, and then Minerva at 10:14. If that holds together. So make sure you are in your safe spot, and then again, you also have to keep an eye out for the threat of damaging winds and hail. Damaging winds mainly seem like the higher risk to me than a tornado at this time, but things can rapidly evolve with this storm. Switch back over to velocity and we'll probably see something crazy again for the MRMS. Clear that out real quick. Still a decent bit of inflow, but this is looking like it's trying to choke itself off. You see a little bit of a weak echo region forming right here, almost like a little calm ahead. But the thing about this is, if this does produce a tornado, it's most likely not going to be very long lived. So wait until this tornado warning expires and we'll see what happens with this. If I remember correctly, it was 9:15, so about another 35 minutes or so until this tornado warning is allowed to expire. At least we'll hit 6 hours on the stream. We were here for a minute. Two of you left in here, huh? Storm looks like it's trying to breathe out a little bit. Like it's trying to keep itself together. It may very well for a little bit. Well, like I said, we're just going to wait and see what this does here. Uh-oh. But anyone that may be tuning in here briefly, we have one tornado warning right now in Texas. It's towards Buckholz, Texas, just to the west, or the east, excuse me, of well, it's actually to the west of Bryan. It's to the east of Killeen. Everything else, we have severe thunderstorm warnings and a very small number of them. We only have 5. Only one of which has a tornado possible tag on them, and the rest of them are being slated for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. A couple of them have a little bit larger. For the most part, these storms are losing intensity. Earlier, we were seeing reports of golf ball size plus hail, and some even getting up to baseball size. So that being said, it's been a long night, but it seems like we're about towards the end of this, minus this last storm here, which could be capable of producing a quick tornado. We'll have to see if this holds together or not. Seems like it's doing okay for right now as far as its intensity is being concerned. But we'll have to see what it does in the next radar scan, because it seems like this storm is trying to maybe go outflow dominant, but it's fighting back against it pretty well. This environment's getting less and less favorable for severe storms and tornadoes. So I don't expect this storm to last too much longer. But we'll stick with this one just to make sure we got this one covered in case something does happen. But after that, we're probably going to be heading offline here because we got to start gearing up for the big weather day on Tuesday. Next scan will probably be coming in within the next 2 minutes, maybe sooner. I'm kind of switching back and forth between the velocity scan as well as the reflectivity here. The velocity scan is you see something, but it's not very pronounced on radar. It's a very hefty shear line. Partially could be due also to the fact that we are so close to the radar site here. This is the radar site that's for Austin. But as a whole, this storm still looks like it could be rotating. Maybe somewhere up in here. But looking at the CC drop will probably be pointless at this point, unless this is on the ground and doing a lot of damage right now. It's still a radar indicated tornado, so I'm led to think that this isn't on the ground. The radar at this point, when you look so close, it's going to look higher up into the storm versus lower, where everything is a little bit more crucial, because that's where all the damage occurs, is on the ground. The curvature of the earth doesn't allow these radars to look all the way down at ground level. But we can, if we are at a decent distance within about 20 miles or so of the storm, we can actually look just a few hundred feet off the ground. But whenever you start seeing the storm get close to radar, like in this case, where it's about less than 10 miles, we start to have some issues. The best way to really look is just pretty much going to be reflectivity from this point. The storm is still trying to breathe out. It's holding itself together pretty daggone well, I would say so myself. Hail threat is hail threats increased on this. I know this for a fact. Wouldn't be surprised to see some maxed out values with this. And there you have them right there. And that's an interesting sight right there to see. This is mixed in with the multi-regional scan I had put up a little bit ago when I was thinking maybe we would go off online before I saw this storm. But clearly the values are maxed out here. Hopefully we can clear this when we go back to reflectivity here, because it's kind of crazy to see that. But yeah, there's some pretty significant hail up in there. Almost maxed out reflectivity values, which you don't see too often from Radar Omega. But that just shows how intense this storm actually is. I don't know if there's any other radar site I could look at to get a better view of it. Yeah, I think this is as good as it's going to get. We could try Galveston, but I think we're going to be a little too far. I think we're going to be a little too far away at this point. We can try Fort Worth. In fact, I think Fort Worth might work. But for the most part, I think this radar site that we're on might be the best one. We're still dealing with that multi-regional scan deal. Might have to close out Radar Omega and try it again. Still sitting at one tornado warning. This is the only one. Yeah, Radar Omega's tripping right now. I don't know what the heck is going on with Radar Omega. I cannot get this multi-regional scan off of here now. May have to close it and reopen it. Okay, there we go. Or maybe it's in the background of that since there's so much radar noise. Yeah, I think it's in the mix of all this other stuff within Radar Omega. What are the multi-regionals in the mix here with all this stuff going on at this radar site over here in Austin? Still waiting to see what this next radar scan brings, but this does look a little bit better on radar than it did before. Not gonna lie, I'm a little nervous every time I switch the product here. See some pretty strong values here to the south. I see a decent little bit of rotation trying to develop here. We'll see what this does. I might try and close out Radar Omega and reopen it. Yeah, I'm going to try and close it out real quick. Just bear with me for just a moment here. I know there's only a handful of you still watching, but I'm doing it for you guys. Okay. Should be better now. Should have a clear picture. Alright, that looks better already. I don't think we have any issues now, but as far as the latest scan from this storm, not quite as impressed. I mean, it still seems like there could be something over here where I have the cursor, but I just don't think that this tornado warning is going to continue. Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's going outflow dominant. Still a good supercell here. It could still produce, but there's like a nice little gust front that's forming out on the side of it. So if there's going to be any chance of it producing, it's going to need to do it soon. Because what's about to happen is this is going to get undercut, and then this storm's going to lose its tornado potential just about altogether. Let's see if we can maybe go back to the Dallas site here. is a good position for the storm to be in, if there was going to be any storm that would produce a tornado, because we have a good chance of maybe being able to see something between these two radar sites. But even so, I think we're on the downtick of this one as well. I think from this point forward, tornado threats are really going to start to diminish over here to the south even. Yeah, it looks a little crazier on this one than it does on that one. Looks a little sloppy. Yeah, we're just going to have to stick with this one over towards Austin, even though it's just a tad bit too close. So 9:15. So we have about 20 minutes left on this tornado warning. We'll see if they issue a continuation of such. I think damaging winds are going to become the main threat with this storm, though, soon. That backward C there is a good indicator. We'll even throw this in a loop here to help you along. Oh, here's a new scan that just came in. Yeah, this is getting undercut. Yeah, I think this storm is about done in at this point. Well, let me not say that just yet, actually. The storm could try to cycle and reorganize itself, so we'll hang out for a little bit longer, but I'm not too convinced that this is going to be a tornado warning storm for too much longer. So wait and see what the 10 o'clock scan has to bring. For the most part, well, we do see a little bit of increase in cloud to ground lightning there. So, I mean, it's going to be kind of flip-floppy for a bit here on my end. Trying to decide what to do with this storm here. Well, anyone that's still here, I hope you guys have had a good day. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the stream so far. I know there's still a lot of room for improvement, but we're slowly but surely getting there. We're going to keep chomping away at it. Oh, here we go. That's a much better scan there, and that looks a lot more impressive on radar. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the velocity with that. We're getting a little further away from the radar too, though. It's this big little knobhead here of rotation, and it still looks like it's pretty broad. Small little couplet right here where maybe you could have something down. Okay, there we go. Now it's caught up. Still looks a tad bit broad, but it looks a lot better than the last scan. Probably going to be too noisy to see if there's any sort of CC drop, but I just don't think it's rotating even tightly enough to be down just yet. We'll go ahead and take a... Oh, we looked at the VIL, which we already knew was maxed out anyway. It's probably producing at least quarter size hail, if not bigger. Probably leaning towards maybe ping pong ball size hail or a $50 size hail. Let's go ahead and take a look at CC drop here. At a potential CC drop. This is in the way. So far, I don't see anything. No surprises there, but it does look a little less noisy now since despite being so close to the radar site. So that's a good thing, but I don't really see anything that will lead me to believe there's something down right now. If there's a tornado, it might just be on the leading edge right here. Highly doubtful, and most likely there is going to be rain, a little bit rain wrapped from the looks of it if it does end up touching down. It's going to be an interesting storm to keep an eye on, to keep tabs on as we go through the night here. Here comes 10 o'clock scan. Will probably be coming in just a minute here. We'll throw this into a loop just to kind of help it along here. It's trying. It is definitely trying. Question is, will it? If this does produce, it's either going to hit Minerva or it's going to go just to the south. I mean, if we look at the other scans, I mean, there is some rotation there. It's just, it's struggling. Like there could be like a weak echo region, but it's like a broad area of weak echo regions, really. It just makes it kind of hard to believe that this is going to drop. If this keeps up, though, eventually this is going to choke itself out. And that's what's so frustrating about it, is that one scan it looks great, and then the next scan it kind of bounces back and forth here. If the tornado was in there, then it probably is gone. If it's somewhere in there, it's probably going to become outflow dominant. I'm thinking there's still nothing on the ground here. If this continues, we're probably just going to call it a night here. We'll just wait until this tornado warning expires, really, because I don't really see how it's going to stay on the ground, like how anything would touch down at this point. I think those last two scans were really the best shot that it had. But we're seeing more and more of that rain-cooled air starting to wrap around this storm. You see that gust front coming in out ahead of it. Damaging winds are probably going to become the next threat here because these winds are definitely surging forward. I'm pretty sure on this velocity scan we'll even see a good example of it. Yeah, in fact, that's a perfect example right there if you ask me. Because you see how all of this red has popped up in the last little bit? We'll throw this into a loop as well. This is with the 1001 scan, by the way. But look at what's happened here. You had that couplet, and then you see that wind going away from the radar starting to surge a little bit further forward while those winds towards the radar are starting to weaken a bit. This storm's going outflow dominant. So it's just like we were talking about earlier. That rain cold air has undercut this storm here. And as a result now, I think the tornado threat with this one is about to diminish entirely. Not this entire event. There still could be something overnight. For the most part, I think this is going to be the trend that we see with a lot of these storms. Forgot about my fortune cookie from the other night. I didn't even open it. It's just sitting here right in front of me. So the greatest point of rotation is about to pass to the south of Minerva. And then the next place to watch would probably be towards I-77 and between I-77 and I-79 here. And then this might pass just to the south of Milano. Still has some rotation to it, but the scans are becoming less and less impressive here. It's on a major downtrend now. If something is down, it's either sidewinding or most likely it's not down. I lean towards it not being down just by the way these scans look. But this storm is just not willing to quit. I'm muted to make sure that you didn't hear me breaking up or eating the fortune cookie. I didn't want to be rude. But there still could be something down here on I-77 here. I'm not really leaning towards anything major happening right now. Let's see if we can trick this thing into giving us the next scan here. Or it'll just pop up into our lap, so to speak. Yep, and there we go. What do you know? 10:07. Still looks like it could have something, but it's just... It's hard. It's hard to think that this is actually down still. We'll see if they extend the tornado warning, because we have about another 7 minutes before that expires. Should be out of the area by then. So here's that point of rotation again. This might be on a beeline right towards Milano now. Then after Milano, we'll go ahead and just do a whole scan of this, of the pathway. This was moving at 25, if I remember correctly. Oops, 25. Milano, you have 13 minutes before this would arrive. If this holds together, then Hicks and Rita towards the bottom of this upcoming hour would be your turn. I don't think this holds up for too long, but again, it's just something that has to be watched because there still is rotation with it, just not very impressive rotation. Like if you look right here, the green and red still is touching. So there still could be something there. It's a little bit tighter, but it's like it's going through these phases. Like if it's touching down, it's lifting up by the next scan, and then it's touching down again by the following scan. So, like I said, it's gonna be really difficult to tell if this is actually doing any sort of damage or not. Obviously, we hope it doesn't, but if there is something going on, obviously we want to make sure we want to make sure we know for sure. And I'd love to be able to be the one that would give you that data. That being said, here I'm gonna try and see if I can use a CC here. Maybe throw this one into a loop and see if maybe if there was a point where this thing was touching down. Because sometimes with the tornado circulations here, you might be able to see a little bit of a spin with the CC drops even. I do think something could be down. You see that little point right there? Right up in here. Watch. There could be a point where maybe that did touch down briefly. See right there. Then the new scan just came in. Literally, a small tornado could be on the ground with this here. Got 4 minutes until the end of this tornado warning, but we'll stick with this for a little longer. Because it does look like we have something going on here. I'm not really willing to just call it just yet. If there is, and I know that there is, and do eventually have to go to bed, but I think I'll be fine for tonight. I'm physically able to go longer if I needed to, but it doesn't look like there's too much need beyond this storm. I don't know if any other YouTubers are on tracking this. I know the local weather networks are probably doing so, but even so, I just want to be here. Wasn't able to stick it out through the last warning, through the last event on Friday, which kind of irritated me. That not being around for yesterday kind of irritated me too. So want to make sure I try to make up for that as best as I can here. Can't stay for the entire event here, but you know, I think the worst of it's just about over. Have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have another tornado possible tag here. This is towards Marion and Harrison counties in Texas. This is producing golf ball size hail 2. Looks like we may not be done here just yet. Zoom out of this real quick, I guess. It's kind of hard. Again, it's annoying, as annoying as it is to keep repeating myself. I feel like this may have been down for just a moment. We won't know until storm surveys come out if there's any reports of damage. But really, beyond that, kind of got nothing. But this is the storm I'm going to be watching for right now. Of course, we have these storms over here towards Texas, and this has most likely gotten a tornado possible tag with it. But I'd have to switch over to the Shreveport site, and then I won't be able to see what's going on here. This seems like this has the most prevalent chance of producing a tornado. But they did issue a severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of it, so I think that they're not going to continue. My thinking is they aren't going to continue with this tornado warning. They're not going to form a new warning or a continuation polygon, if you will. Because there's only 1 minute left on this tornado warning before it technically expires. Are they going to call a new one? I actually would. I think this still has the ability to produce a spin up. I mean, is it the greatest looking storm in the world? No, not even close. The storms we saw on Friday kicked the crap out of this as far as structure is concerned. But to say that this wouldn't potentially produce another tornado or produce a tornado, you'd be hard pressed to make me believe no. But looks like they're not continuing with it. This probably still has the tornado possible tag with it, but they aren't issuing anything on it. So I guess we'll, while we're waiting to see what happens with that one, see if maybe it'll get reissued, we'll look at this one storm over here towards the north of Longview, and we'll see what happens. We'll shift over to the Shreveport radar once again. If it'll load. Come on now. Ooh, that has a pretty nasty little couplet on there. Has a couple of couplets on here. Both of them pretty broad, but it has something. Increasing cloud to ground lightning with this too. But it's still pretty broad rotation right now. That's a nasty look to it as well. High winds with that too. Very high winds with that. We could be talking about some 70 mile per hour winds with this storm. It's radar indicated, but nonetheless. And then there is a little bit of red in there too. So it's something to keep an eye on, man. It's not quite done just yet. Let's go ahead and look at reflectivity real quick. There's 2 points of rotation. And they're both somewhere up in there. So if this does try to produce, this is going to be rain wrap from the looks of it. This isn't enough for them to really issue a tornado warning from the looks of it, though. So it's kind of hard to tell just what exactly we have on our hands here. Anyone still watching, I just want to say I appreciate you guys being here. We're going to try to stick this last one out and see what we have going with it before we call it a night here. So, so right now, the storm itself does not look super duper impressive still. I feel like eventually it's going to remain outflow dominant. If it does produce, it'll probably be a little bit after I get off at some point. Which I really hope doesn't happen, because then I'll be kind of bummed out. I tried to hang as long as I could. And I mean, I physically could hang for a bit longer, but it's more so than anything else. It's just I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not on here for nothing. I see a few of you still are watching, so of course I'll push a little harder. But for the most part, these severe thunderstorm warnings are not that impressive anymore. I mean, this is probably the most impressive severe thunderstorm warning there is right now. But outside of that, there's not a whole lot going on. Or maybe in total, or an actual total, there may be about 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. These are pretty much 2 of the same. There's still that one that we were just watching over towards Milam. And then there's this one right here. Seems more like a shear line is starting to develop. You can see multiple points of maybe more or less just broad rotation. Nothing that concerns me to the point where I'm thinking we will get a tornado from this. New severe thunderstorm warning got issued. It was more so an extension for this one. Call out the counties for this one, and then we'll check that last storm that's down there towards Milam. And then I thought I saw one more tornado possible tag on that. So we have parishes here, and we still have a couple counties in Texas. We have Marion and Harrison County in Texas, but now we've gotten into Louisiana, where we have Caddo and Bossier parishes. This is until 10:15 Central Time, so we almost have a full hour to go on that severe thunderstorm warning, which of course is an extension of the storm we've been watching here. So some cities that I see involved in that severe thunderstorm warning. Jefferson, you're in there still. We have Uncertain, Oil City, Mooringsport, Belcher, Blanchard, Benton, Bossier City, and then maybe Houghton and a few other smaller towns involved as well. As far as the tornado threat, I don't think this is going to really do anything. If there's going to be anything that develops, it would be really right here or right here. And even then, the rotation looks like it's still pretty broad. We'll check this area further off to the south here. There is a little bit better rotation here. I don't know if it's enough to produce a tornado warning, but we will see. Now, let's go ahead and go back to Milam real quick. Still has the tornado possible tag with it. And of course, we also have to check this out right here. Oh wait, no, this is the same one. This does have a tornado possible tag with it as well. Okay, these are all the same storms here. Okay, this one isn't though. This severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag is looks like Burleson and Brazos County in Texas. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. I think this is the same storm that we've been watching over towards. Yep, it is. Still has the tornado possible tag with it, but they are not going to put a tornado warning out on this. It's most likely become outflow dominant, and the concern is a lot less with the tornado, more so with damaging winds. Some places in the warning also would include Cadwell, San Antonio Prairie, and even the Texas A&M University, the System Relish campus. Yeah, there's nothing really there with this storm, so I'm not going to worry about this one anymore. This is probably going to lose the tornado possible tag in just a little bit here. It heads into an even less favorable environment. Storm has done well to hold up as long as it has. So eventually it's going to maybe make its way towards Houston. Excuse me. So we got 6 people watching right now. We're almost at the end here, it looks like, folks, so for tonight. I see a few severe thunderstorm warnings remaining, but we're going to start to head into an area where conditions will be a little less favorable for severe thunderstorms and tornadoes. This is the most impressive storm here so far. This has a tornado possible tag with it. We're going to switch back over to this radar site here. This is over towards Blanchard and Benton, Louisiana. So we'll switch to this real quick and take a look at what we have going there. And then after that, probably going to call it a night, honestly, because I don't see anything that leads me to believe that there is an urgent tornado threat of any kind. There was a couple of rotation here just a bit ago, but it looks like it's starting to diminish just a little bit. There's still some rotation here, albeit very broad. And the same can be said with this one. There's a lot more shear lines. This is going to lean towards a damaging wind threat more so than anything else. So probably aren't going to be on for too much longer. If something does form, it's going to probably be well off to the west. But with the way these storms are set up, flooding is probably going to become a big deal too. In fact, we'll go ahead and look at some 1 hour rainfall rates here real quick. And probably after that, we might be done for the night. This isn't the one I wanted. This is not the product I wanted. Some pretty heavy rainfall here, though. Getting up to about an inch plus in accumulation array here. Some of these numbers may go up because storms have gone through these areas several times today. Storm also has the potential to produce ping pong ball size hail here from the looks of it. Then we have this storm that's off to the south here, producing up to almost golf ball size hail as well. Just a continuation of those severe thunderstorm warnings. View over here towards Kilgore. Looks like the worst of the weather seems to be north of them. We can go ahead and look at the reflectivity again. We're probably going to be on our way out in just a little bit here. We may have to watch this storm here to the south, as it could try to quickly produce a tornado before becoming outflow dominant. It looks like it partially could be already. outflow dominant, but just in case, you might want to keep an eye on this one if you're towards Hartleton. Harleton. Yeah, that's how you pronounce it, I think. It's Harleton. Look at the velocities here, but I'm not expecting a whole lot out of that. Hold on a minute. There's something there, but not much. This is over towards Morton right now. Main thing to look out for is some increased hail. Nothing much in the way of rotation at the moment. We'll see if anything changes with that real quick. But beyond that, the picture is becoming a little bit more calm. Not clear, but calm. This storm's about to move outside of the tornado watch here, so we're probably going to see this weaken below severe limits before it gets over towards Houston here, or Galveston. I think this is Galveston right here. I can't seem to move my radar sight right now, though. Yep, this is Galveston. Storm's a little too far away to try to get a view from that potential sky cam, which is kind of a bummer. Haven't gotten to see anything on any sort of live feed tonight, which is kind of a bummer, but not to mention normally when we try to do it anyway on stream, it doesn't really go that well, so we'll see what happens. Still watching that little bit right there, that little shear line. But I think beyond that, though, we might be just about done here. Don't really see anything urgently looking like it's trying to rotate. This little sector right here shows some interesting features, but not much. Doesn't leave a lot to behold there. So probably give this another couple of scans. I'm probably going to call it a night here. What is this next scan showing us? This is at 10:30. This was 2 minutes ago. Broad. here's the next scan finally coming in. And it looks like, for the most part, we're pretty much on the same boat here. Nothing looking like it's trying to rotate here. I think our tornado possible tags are going to be gone, or already gone at this point. Let's go ahead and look at the severe thunderstorm warnings here. Still have that one over towards Milam County. And then, of course, Burlington and Brazos. We're even starting to see a downtick in wind here. But there's still 2 warnings with tornado possible tags here. But the new warning for is it Myram? Hang on. Milam has still got the tornado warning tag on. The tornado possible tag on it. Let's go ahead and check that one out real quick. And I got 8 of you guys in here. Wow. If only I could stay up later. Sheesh. Is that what it takes to get you guys in here? Be a night owl? Still none of you said hello. Yeah, it still has the tornado possible tag on it, but it's almost like this is a little bit of a shear line here more so than anything else. We'll look at the reflectivity here, but I don't see anything that really will lead me to think. It still has that inflow notch on here, though. That's crazy how it's held up so long. It had a tornado warning on it earlier, and it's been doing the same thing ever since. Like, it just does not want to give up. But the storm is pretty much outflow dominant. This is about to be out of the ideal tornado parameters, which really isn't even ideal anymore. In just a minute here, we'll probably just start to see this storm fall apart altogether. It's still an interesting storm to watch. It's done a good job of keeping itself together here, even as that tornado watch now is starting to be trimmed away at more and more. But they're keeping it. The funny thing is, they're also keeping it around where this storm is right now. It's kind of amusing to me a little bit. We'll look at this one here. Winds on this one have downtrended heavily. We're starting to see less than 50 miles an hour. Now it's down to 6 of you guys. I appreciate you guys being here either way. So now we're just waiting to see what's next here. That's an interesting feature right there that should be passing through Morgansport or in between Morgansport and Oil City here. That looks like it could be something. Still a pretty big shear line on that, though. So kind of hard to say whether or not that will end up trying to spin up and produce maybe. So I want to wait a little longer. We'll probably let ourselves hit about 7 hours on here, and then we'll probably call it a night. It's about another 8 minutes or so. So give this storm a chance to show us what it might be able to bring to the table here. I'm still leaning towards no. It's not going to ramp up enough to produce. But based off this velocity here, in the shape of that hook, it looked interesting. I will say that. It looked interesting. Just look at that. But there is rain out ahead of it, which looks like it's undercutting the storm here. If it were to be pushed back a little bit further, I'd be like, oh yeah, this is going to produce. I'm kind of leaning more so towards no, actually, to be honest, when I look at the scan a little bit closer. Still has that embedded supercellular look to it, though. Oh, wait a minute. That next scan looked a little bit more impressive there. We may see a tornado warning if this, if these next couple of scans trend in the manner that this one just did. That was a pretty interesting last scan right here. So we aren't done just yet. It's quite a way to finish off the stream here. It's like these storms are almost trying to play cat and mouse. I bet you the second I go offline, watch one of these end up producing a tornado warning. I would be so bummed out if that happens. Because I tried to stay persistent with these things all night, and eventually when it gets to the point where I'm like, okay, it's time to go to bed, that's when everything wants to pick up. Sometimes working a day job really sucks. It's called doing what you have to do, I guess. But if this does produce pretty much, I would say, anywhere along where this shear line is, could be where it develops. And this will probably cross right over Caddo Lake and maybe just either hit Oil City or go to the south of it. Mooring Sport will have to watch you too. It's an interesting little feature right there on radar, that's for sure. We'll see what the next scan brings, though. It's currently 10:41, so it'll probably have at least another 2 to 5 minutes before the next scan comes in. Let's go ahead and actually look at the velocity here real quick while we're at it. Oh, okay. Okay. I do see a little something there. So right up through here, and this is just going to be to the north of Mooring Sport. It could actually end up hitting Mooring Sport if this does touch down, which I doubt, but it could happen. It would be right up in here somewhere. I'm most likely going to say right up in here. Like I said, the rotation's still pretty broad, but it looks a heck of a lot better than it did. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, contingents. This looks broad, but it looked a heck of a lot better than it did on the last scan. Looked a heck of a lot. Look, the last scan, it was just like I was about to honestly get offline here, but it still looks like it, but it just looks threatening enough to where I just don't really want to leave it. It's it's one of those things that just kind of keeps picking at you. And then see, look, by the next scan it looks kind of crappy again. The scan that just came in makes it look like it's not going to produce at all. But then when you look at reflectivity here, different story. It's kind of enough to make your head spin a little bit. Like, that hook looks really good. Well, actually, let me take another look at this. Maybe a little bit sleepy here. Not too much. But there is some, I mean, it's still broad. But that hook does look impressive. I'm telling you, watch. I can almost guarantee you, the second I get off of here, watch this thing try to produce a tornado. Or watch this get a tornado warning or something. I'm telling you, I just got that feeling. But as long as I'm here, it's not going to produce. I'm almost willing to bet money on it that I don't have. Like, that rain is clearing itself out from that mezzo a little bit. Because if you put this in motion here, you can kind of tell. Yeah, that's what I'll keep telling myself. One more scan, and then it looks crappy. Then it looks good again. Then it looks crappy. See how it just keeps on kind of winding itself around, kind of wiggling around. It's like it's almost playing with us, but at the same time, it does look like it's getting its act together. I do think one more scan, it probably will end up getting a tornado warning. Or getting closer to maybe prompting a tornado warning from Shreveport. I just don't like how it seems like it's just playing with us. I mean, that scan does look, I mean, there is something there. Like I said, the gate does not look impressive at all. But it does look like it's trending towards it being impressive. Probably could produce a weak tornado at any moment here. Here's the newest scan. Does look like it's starting to surge a little bit more. And it does look like there's inflow coming in. Because winds blowing towards the radar are kind of pushing this way. And there's winds away from the radar right here. So I do still think that there's a shot. I think the reflectivity has given us the best look out of all the other products here. That looks like it's about to do the same thing as that Milam storm's been doing. It looks like that Milam severe thunderstorm warning has either been allowed to expire, will be reissued. But considering the environment it was heading towards, I'm kind of leaning towards it probably expiring. So that means that this storm is pretty much the only one left that I see with any sort of tornado potential at the moment. Give this one more scan. If this does end up producing, though, this will probably end up going over State Highway 69, then State Route 1. We might have to watch I-69 as well. If by some chance this does produce, I'm kind of leaning more so towards no. It's having a lot of issues with the outflow and rain-cooled air. It's just like the mesocyclone is just kind of disconnected from the storm here. This is just based off of what I see on radar here. If this could tighten up just a little bit, though, it could produce a tornado. Just a little bit. It really wouldn't take much. But the thing is, it just doesn't seem like it's going to do it. What do you know? There it is, tornado warning. It's a tiny little donut hole here that I might have overlooked here. I've mainly been focusing towards the curvature of the hook here, but there's that donut hole too that you always got to watch. Little weak echo region. It's also got to give Contingents here a good bit of credit here. He made the right call. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity scan here. Yeah, it's just enough. Just enough. Of course, it's a radar indicated tornado warning. And this is going to be issued for Bossier and Caddo parishes in northwestern Louisiana, and then, of course, Marion and Harrison County in Texas. This will be going on for another, what is it? Wow, my brain is working. 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Yeah, 40 minutes. So anyone in Caddo and Bossier Parish in particular, and then southeastern Marion County, east central Harrison County in Texas, take shelter. Some towns involved with the with this tornado warning that's moving east at 45 miles an hour would be Blanchard around 9:50, Shreveport and Benton right around the top of the hour here, Bossier City 10:05, Eastwood at 10:15, Houghton around 10:20. You also got to look for Dixie, Caddo Lake, Ferguson, Princeton, Fillmore, Linton, Boticow, Bellevue, Leah, and Red Chute that could be in line for this dangerous storm that has the potential to produce a tornado here. So that is a tornado warning that is in effect for Bossier and Caddo parishes and Marion and Harrison counties in Texas and Louisiana. Make sure you're taking shelter. So one more tornado warning here. New scan just came in too. We'll roll this in a loop real quick while we're at it. The greatest point of rotation here is right to the north of Moorsport here. I'm going to try to go ahead and take a look at the CC here and see if maybe it might be down even. Wouldn't surprise me if you got a quick spin up out of this. CC looks really noisy right now. But maybe if we set it into a loop, we'll get a good picture. So far, I'm not going to say whether or not anything was down or not. I'm kind of leaning towards no. We'll just go ahead and keep an eye on the CC here. Since it's one storm that we're tracking, we'll just go ahead and split it. We'll go with the velocity scan and probably the reflectivity. So let's see who else could be in the line and who could be in line for this little rotation here so far. Okay, make sure I have the right spot here. Okay, so Dixie, you're next in line here. You have 5 minutes before this heads your way, and this does look like it's trying to ramp up a bit here too. Sentinel, you would be next, 4 minutes after Dixie, so that's 11:04. 8 minutes for you guys. Willow Shoot at 11:07, so about 10 minutes for you guys, as well as Benton, and then Duke Dale, 11:08, just after that. So all of you guys need to be in your safe spots, because I can't tell whether or not this is down or not. But I don't want to gamble and say that it isn't. This is trying to ramp up. It could drop something sneaky right under our noses. And with us being so close to the radar, I can't tell for sure whether it's down. At this time of night, storm chasers are not going to be out as quickly. So I need you to make sure that you are in your safe spot in case this does touch down. I know it's a little bit of an inconvenience here, but that is the safest way to protect yourself. That does look a little bit suspicious here. Oh, I can see the velocity with the high res here. The issue is the CC drop. I mean, yeah, it's clear as day on that. But to see whether this tornado is actually down based off of the correlation coefficient. I mean, I did see a little bit of a drop here, but it's so noisy. Like, you see where I'm looking right here? And you see this little bit of a shape here that kind of would lead me to think that's down. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's down. I'm going to go in a loop here, but when we start seeing all the noise, it just kind of, it's hard to keep track of it. And then by the next scan, it's gone again. You know, with the way this storm is set up here, it could easily be a sidewinding type of deal. Storm still looks like it's more than capable of rotating here. This is about 10:57 scan. Still could be something sitting right here in this pocket right now. So again, Dixie, this is about to be on you guys, and then after that, we have to look at I-69, 71 here, and then maybe State Highway 3 here, and State Route 30 or State Highway 3049 or State Road. I'm not able to read my signs anymore. We'll have to keep an eye on this, though. So far, no upgrades to this tornado warning. It's still radar indicated at this time. Still plenty of rotation with this storm here. There is a little something there. If this does touch down, it's going to probably be a quick spin up. And just as quickly as it'll touch down, most likely this is going to end up lifting from the looks of it. This is not something that I expect to last for a long time. trying to help get the word out on this tornado or potential tornado that could be on the ground, hit that like button, hit that share button. That's the best thing you can do. You want to see the next coverage event, which will probably be Tuesday, hit that subscribe button, by the way. So, where are we right now? So this storm is about to be right on top of Dixie here. You would think that with the hook shape that it would be down here. It's actually up in here somewhere. That's where the strongest rotation is. So this is just now passing through Dixie. New scan just came in a little bit ago. And now we'll be watching the correlation coefficient here. So I'm telling you, if it touches down, it's literally gonna... It literally seems like it's just gonna lift up, and then it's gonna start just continue to go through that cycle here. You can see the tiniest little drop on the CC here, but it's mixed in with all that noise. If we go on a loop here, you see several points where it looks a little bit suspicious in the last 7 frames. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's so frustrating because literally it's just out of the picture here. But if you look up, oh, I gotta get this off there. But if you actually like look up right here and go to the left a little bit, or actually just down a little bit, there's a radar site right there to report. It's just too messy to. It's so close it just becomes a big mess to really see what's going on here. Because look at all the noise that's within close prox of the radar. It's just crazy. That's the only drawback to the CC. Because it wouldn't surprise me if this did touch down and then lift. Or could be doing that chronically, so to speak. Storms like that often tend to. But the only issue is when you're this close to the radar site, looking at the velocities, it's not that bad because it's just far enough to where you can see that. But trying to look at the CC, forget it. It's just not gonna happen. Like you'll almost have yourself going crazy here, thinking that you're seeing little phantom tornadoes here. But literally with the way this thing is set up, yeah, I think this isn't going to last too much longer either, though, truthfully. Because it's almost hidden in this, because the way this is set up, if you look at reflectivity, it's almost like this is a weak echo region. Like you do get a little point where you could get some inflow in here, but the rain doesn't do a great job of wrapping around it. So these types of tornadoes, if they develop, they're going to be very short-lived. And then on top of that, it looks like we get a gust front to this that's flanking the south side of where the mesa would be. So that could also choke off the storm too. So a lot of complicated stuff going on with this little cell. It's for the same storm. After that, really, though, there's no other storm. So after this one, this is where I'm going to hang it up. But we're going to see if this... I'm really interested to see what this may end up yielding from reports tomorrow. I'm very much interested. So I'm going to see what direction this is moving again. This is moving east. So from this point, Benton might be next in line here for the rotating part of the storm. Then after that, we would probably see, oh, okay, let's get this out of the way. But after Benton, we would see this probably straddle along 162 here and State Route 3. Yep, this is State Highway 162, and then Palmetto Road we might see a little bit of action here. After that, this goes through Linton Cutoff Road, and then Ryan and Voss Road here. So anyone along this route, make sure you are in your safe place, because there is a rotating thunderstorm heading your way, and there's no way to tell for sure if this thing is on the ground right now. And even if there's not a tornado, there is a good chance there is damaging winds with this, as this segment of the storm here also looks like it's trying to bow out here. You can kind of see a backwards C shape here. And now it's starting to cycle out and look a little bit better. Then you see another bow out segment right here towards Benton. So this whole embedded supercell game that it's playing with us, with little kinks in the line like it's a line segment, is going to be a real pain to deal with here. There's still a couplet here. There's still a tight couplet here. Somewhere up in there would be where a potential tornado could end up being. It's frustrating to see to look at this and try to figure out what the heck's going on with it. We can look at multiple forms of velocity products here. And I mean, it's clear that it's rotating. It's just, is it down? Because it's rotating tightly. There's no question about it. It's just waiting to see what happens after that is the problem. So we're almost 7.5 hours in on a stream that I wasn't expecting for it to be this long. But hey, got one more tornado warning to go. We're just going to stick with it as best as we can until we can't anymore. I'm glad I drank a body armor at the time that I did. Do probably need to get my clothes out the laundry in a minute, though, because I forgot to dry them because of the stream, though. And I got to make sure I'm able to put something on for work tomorrow. Good grief. So we had a scan about 3 minutes ago. We're waiting to see what this next one ends up yielding. Because as for the tornado warning itself, we have till 10:30. We have another 20 minutes to go with this. The storm motion has slowed down just a little bit. We're now down to 40 miles per hour, whereas we were at 45 just a little bit earlier. New scans come in. It's still in such an odd spot. Like, it's definitely giving me the feeling or sensation of a QLCS type storm, even though this has a supercellular look to it. It's a very odd storm, to say the least. Still our only tornado warning, though. Nothing's really changed with our severe thunderstorm warning, so this is the only storm that we're really going to be watching from this point. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity product with this again. Velocity looks a little less impressive. Either the storm is cycling or this is going to eventually kind of fall. I think this is eventually going to fall apart. We are getting towards an environment that is becoming less and less favorable the further this treks to the east here. So this is eventually going to fall off. Question is how soon, and will it eventually produce? It's not even really a matter of if, it's when. W-H-E-N, when. This is also taking a little bit of a jog to the left here, which is sometimes a sign of outflow dominance starting to come into play here. But just like I said, scan after scan, it's back and forth. Every time you think it's about to be done in, it has a little bit more of it starts to develop a little pocket where it can start to breathe a little bit more. Like the battle between that inflow and that outflow is like they're dancing around each other almost perfectly. It's perfect, violent ballet, so to speak. We're just waiting to see which one makes a mistake here. There's a little couplet right here, and then there's a little tiny little spot right here. It's two different points of rotation. I'm probably going to grab some more food in a minute here to try to help myself along here after this is done. So I'd love for us to figure out what's going on here. And here's a couple other weak areas of rotation too, just to the south of Benton. One thing I do know is that if I were out chasing it, I would not want to be in this. Huh? Nora and I'm not ready yet. Is this road rival? I never got any messages. No, but I don't know what you're talking about, but we're covering a severe weather event here, man. You're welcome to stay, but yeah, you might be in the wrong stream, the wrong chat. If you're looking for I guess it's a video game, I don't know. Okay, suit yourself. Just basically waiting to see what the next scan brings, because really, I still can't tell whether this is touching down or not. And it's not like these couplets are super strong either. Still hard to tell if there's anything down. We're too close to the radar site. Would it be near Kabbalah? Kabata, excuse me. I don't think so. Is that in Louisiana? 'Cause that's where we're looking right now. Canada. Oh, no, not even close. This is all the way towards, like, Louisiana. Hey, there's some weird towns and there's some weird city names and town names in Louisiana, all right? So, and a lot of them are based off of French and Creole, so it verifies. But nah, you're good, man. You're good. Nah, this isn't anywhere near Canada. I would be more worried about snow over towards Canada, if anything. Because when I looked a little earlier on stream, when it was a little bit more quiet, I saw a little bit of heavy snow towards the border. Oh, you're good, man. No problem. This is what I do in my spare time if I'm not working. I usually be on here doing weather reports. Snow is getting low in your area. Should be the next couple of storm systems may fix that depending on where you are. Are you close to the border? Are you close to like the US Canadian border? Oh, near Toronto? There should be a couple of systems heading your way within the next couple of days. So, if you're worried about your snow getting low, I think these next couple of storm systems are going to help with that. I think these next couple of scans are going to probably do this one in. Because that last scan looks really bad. It looks a lot less impressive on radar now. It looks a little less organized, which is actually a good thing. Oh, you want summer? It's coming soon. Just got to wait a little bit longer. That's the thing with the polar vortex that happened earlier this month. Does a lot more than just bring cold weather. Oh, I live in Atlanta. It's already plenty warm as it is, and eventually I think at some point we're going to have some more severe weather of our own. We didn't even see winter this year. We saw maybe a tiny glimpse around Christmas time with that first polar vortex, and then after that, we jumped right into the 60s and the 70s. It was almost like a sucker punch. I mean, I'm pretty impartial because I work outside anyway. Whether it's warm or cold, I just have to deal with it. Yeah, I think this storm's about done in with its tornado potential. Just about done in. Yeah, over towards you guys, take some pretty special storm systems and some pretty special conditions for you guys to get tornadoes. Not like it can't happen. I've heard I remember a few specific events. I studied a lot of them when I was growing up. But yeah, tornadoes aren't uncommon around the southeast. Everybody thinks of Tornado Alley, but actual fact is that there's actually several tornado alleys in the U.S. There's the traditional one that everyone knows about. There's Dixie Alley in the southeast, which is where I lived, where I've grown up. And then there's one in the Ohio Valley. So yeah, there's really 3 tornado alleys. And then there's other little small pockets where you can get some action here and there. Florida actually gets a decent share of tornadoes too. But there's all sorts of specific conditions that all lead to that. You almost will call them Goldilocks conditions. I may call them, I don't know if this sounds metal enough, but Goldilocks conditions of doom. Every once in a while, you guys will get a piece of something. You might get a remnants of a hurricane. I think over towards, just a little bit over towards Nova Scotia, you guys got at least a piece of maybe 1 or 2 systems. And then as far as tornadoes concerned, it depends on the weather pattern. If you guys end up getting enough warm air advecting to the north with moisture, mainly from the Great Lakes, maybe you can maybe you can have a quick system spawn something. But yeah, I remember last year you guys had a couple of storms get pretty daggone close. But last year was wild. Oh yeah, I think this storm's about done in. The storm gave a very valiant effort to try to produce a tornado. Very well might have over towards Mooringsport. Oh yeah, that's a yearly thing for you guys, and I'm sure that lasts for a while. You guys probably get a lot more snow than even some of our snowiest of areas, unless you're talking about the Sierra. Well, Sierras this year got the Sierra Nevada regions or the Sierra Mountains probably got about as much snow as you guys might normally get. But it was a pretty active year for them. Had several atmospheric rivers. But yeah, that first comment, that first message in chat that you sent, it was like, wait, what? Kind of threw me off. I've also been on here for almost close to 8 hours, really. I think now. But yeah, it was pretty active over towards the Sierra Nevadas this year. I've been mentioning them a lot when it comes to storm systems, and there's still more to go for them. Yeah, it looks like this storm is about at the end of its rope here as far as tornado potential is concerned. Still have to watch over towards Bellevue and then maybe heading towards 371 here. LA? Well, LA did have an event that had snow that was towards the lowest elevations that they've probably seen in recent history. Where they were seeing, I think it was maybe 400 feet above sea level, where they were getting snow. Elevation, the snow will usually stay at the much higher elevation because there's actually mountains all around there. But there was recorded snow right outside of the city. And then, ironically, about maybe a couple of weeks ago, there was a reported tornado outside LA. That's what? Real quick. FKS. I'm trying not to swear on here, so that way YouTube doesn't try to cancel me. So if that's what you're saying, then I can't repeat it. Only had one in my area. You only had one in your area? Tornado? Like I said, it can happen anywhere. Conditions just need to be favorable. Man, this storm still isn't giving up, man. Over towards Bellevue, man. We still have to watch you guys. The storm is still trying to drop something. Do I think it's going to do it? I lean towards no. But it is definitely trying. Dang, man. I just want this storm to stop. Oh, hit people's trailers. Dang. Was it like their mobile home or was it just a trailer? Just like a regular trailer or like truck trailer or something like that. You're down to 2 severe thunderstorm warnings and this 1 tornado warning. Oh, mobile homes? Oh no, that sounds awful. That's like one of the worst places to be on top of all that. Feel bad for those folks. Man, this storm does not want to give up. This storm does not want to give up at all. Yeah. I'm going to guess and hope that was a weak tornado. Cuz if it was, then even then a weak tornado can still do a lot of damage. So either way, you guys are very lucky that no one got killed there cuz mobile homes are, oh wow. Perhaps a lot of people must have been out of the trailers. If they were, then that's great. Dang. Oh yeah, it still hurt her. She's lucky. She is very lucky because a lot of people don't get away with that here. A lot of people don't get away with that. If you get caught in a mobile home, you're usually in some deep trouble. I'm fortunate to say that I've never had that experience and I don't plan to. Yeah, if a tornado warning gets issued and I find myself in a mobile home, I'm getting the heck out of there. Yeah, I mean, that goes without saying, but for all that happened, I'm pretty sure she's grateful to still be here. Car truck for license. That's interesting. Rotation of this still seems broad. We'll see if this tornado warning gets reissued. If it does, I'm probably going to call it a night. Sky Friend's grandmother. That's my friend's grandmother. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm not really putting it all together here. I've been on here for 8 hours covering the weather. I'm a little tired. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. But hey, this is what I signed up for. Gotta catch me when I'm at the start of these streams. That's when I'm at my sharpest. Oh, looks like that tornado warning is now expired. So we'll see if they reissue it. I'm kind of leaning towards no. I'm really hoping it's no. But if it gets reissued, we'll stay on for a little longer. But I kind of lean towards this starting to diminish here. This is getting a little further to the north here where conditions are becoming even less favorable for tornadic development. Newest scan just came in. And the rotation's becoming even more broad. Although there is a couple of spots over here that look a little bit suspicious. Like right here in particular, I'm kind of interested in. Give this about 5 minutes and see what this does. If not, then we're probably going to call it a night here. Free new channel. What do you mean by that? mean, oh, good night, evening to you. It's almost midnight here. And the crazy thing is, I gotta go to work soon. Probably within the next, I gotta wake up probably within the next 5.5 hours. But even if there is somebody, by some chance, stay safe without me. Oh, okay. Stay safe without me. Stay safe without you. I mean, they'll be safe without me, but if somebody in this area is wanting to, is watching by chance, I want to try to at least do my part here. But I think this storm threat's about over. But yeah, there's plenty of times where, unfortunately, where I have had to go off a stream before. But tonight seems like a little bit more ideal of a night. If you want to see some real craziness, maybe tune in Tuesday, because that looks like it's going to be pretty wild. It's going to be a long stream. Yep, this is what I do outside of my actual job. I would prefer this to be my actual job, to be honest. It seems like I would enjoy it. I kind of enjoy this more, to be honest. Still has a tornado possible tag on it, but we're trending away from a tornado threat. Yeah, come back again on Tuesday. That's all I gotta say. Come back a little earlier on Tuesday if you can, because it could be a big day. Shoot, just you watching and talking in the chat probably will help us get out to more people. And I know that a lot of people have been hearing about Tuesday, but I'm sure that a few more could be happy watching either this stream or really anyone else's weather YouTube stream. I mean, it's okay if you can't, but I appreciate you even trying. I even appreciate you just popping in for this one here. But yeah, I try to do everything I can to help out with the warning process. It looks like we've done our deed for the day here. So I'm probably going to get off of here, you guys. Anyone that's still watching, I want to say thank you for being here tonight. It's been a long one, been an interesting one. We're going to probably be going live again Tuesday afternoon for what looks to be probably another big-time tornado outbreak. We saw a lot of hail today from these storms. Hopefully we'll get some things going up here to where we can do more chat commands and all sorts of different types of stuff here. Still a work in progress here, but upgrades will be coming, and these streams will be a much better experience. I'll probably have a video in the morning talking about some of the other weather we could see here, or probably tomorrow afternoon when I get off work. So that being said, I'm signing off here. This has been Tyre Metalhead Weatherman. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, you have a good night, and I will see you all soon. I appreciate the tactics. Big shout out to you, man. Big up to you. Have a good night, bud.